People are piling in here at the Rural Games for the 2023 TimberSports Open Championship. It's day 2 after a fantastic day 1 yesterday. We saw our women's champion crowned. That was Ann Patterson. We also saw Cleveland Cherry crowned as our rookies champion. It was a fantastic day, wasn't it? I'm joined by our expert commentator from STIHL, Philip Ropier. How good was yesterday? There was so much action on the square.
Well, Christina, it was a great way to start the weekend's competition for the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games, and we saw really good fields in both the women's and the rookies. And those crowned champions do more than just win here at the square in Palmerston North. They go to represent New Zealand on the world stage, both of them heading towards Rotterdam in the Netherlands in May, and they will see if they can bring back the trophies that we so much want to see in our cabinets.
Absolutely. If you're in Palmerston North, come on down because it's fantastic to watch. It's a great event live, but we have a big day ahead of us. We have the men's, well, the Open Championship really, full of a stacked men's field. Tell us a bit about it. Who have you got your eye on today?
Well, it is a very good field and it's been building up for some time, so we're just going to get those guns out there, and we've got, you know, multiple world champion Jason Wynyard will be there. He is our current national champion. But looking at the form this year, and certainly looking at the World Championship for the World Trophy last year, Jack Jordan took away some awards at the Rural Sportsperson of the Year last night, and really we're expecting to see really good performance out of him. But don't discount the likes of Kyle Lemon, Nathan McDonald. These guys are seasoned professionals, and a couple of others with Charles Hall and Hayden Rasmussen. I think it's a very good field, and I think we're going to see a great competition here on the boards in the square today.
If you cast your mind back to last year, if you were watching, Jason Wynyard took it out in the hot saw with double points. It was a fantastic finish which saw the legend really claim the crown. Do you think we'll be seeing Jack Jordan at the World Championships, both of them? Can we have both of them at the World Championships?
Yes, we can, because of the individual World Championship is held in Stuttgart, the home of STIHL, later in the year, sort of early November. So the Champions Trophy, or what we call the World's Trophy now, which is what Jack Jordan won last year for New Zealand, that's held in May. So there's every opportunity that could happen. And you're right, we saw Jason last year win the National Championship coming from the back with the hot saw. It's a very risky strategy, because if you don't have enough points to make the cut in the first 3 disciplines, it can actually rule you out of your strongest event. So it really requires consistency through every discipline.
That's one of the best things about the sport, you know, as you're watching and as you watch throughout the day, things can go wrong very quickly, even for the best of our athletes. But I have to say, the men are all prepping their wood behind us and they're all warming up, and we caught up with the legend himself, Jason Wynyard, just a few moments ago.
Oh, it's awesome to be back. Hopefully the weather holds out for us down here in Palmerston North, but it's looking pretty good so far, and love the setup. The stage looks fantastic. Competition's going to be hot, so really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's a stacked field, and obviously we're going to get a good crowd here too. Does it change? I mean, you've been to so many. Does the feeling change on comp morning?
I look forward to it so much. I think the difficult part for me is like in the preparation, making sure I haven't forgotten anything. So that can be quite stressful, but once I've got everything nailed down, I really look forward to these moments out on the stage. So I guess it's something I've lived for since I started with TimberSports in 1997. So and that hasn't changed. So I've probably changed a little bit. I've got a few more grey hairs and a little bit older, but no, it's great to be here, and I'm so grateful. I've come through a lot, and thanks to all the supportive people that have helped me on my way.
You don't become a multi-world champion without having a competitive spirit. So what's your goal this morning?
There's only ever been one goal, to take out the championship. So how that's going to pan out, I don't know. But I know for me personally, I just want to get out there and give every event my best. So that's what I'm here to do, and I'm looking forward to doing that and seeing how it all falls in the end.
When you have the likes of Jack Wynyard, Tailwind coming through, he's sort of like the next generation of TimberSports. You know, how does it feel when as you sort of lining up as the legend, so to speak?
Yeah, it's great, and I think it's great for wood chopping in general that we've got that youth coming through and so much talent with Jack and Cleveland Cherry and young Bellamy, Troy Bellamy. Yeah, it's good for wood chopping because we've gone through some pretty tough years where there hasn't been anyone else coming through. So fantastic that these guys are putting their hands up and doing the homework, and I'm looking forward to a great tussle with Jack today. So.
I mean, how do you assess what's happened, I guess, since World Championships in your own personal journey? You know, what have you done since you've come back from the World Champs, and how badly would you love to just be at another one again?
I really enjoyed my time at the World Championships, and apart from the result, it was fantastic to get back there and meet some of my old friends and rivals. I shouldn't really say rivals because they're really just friends, and we just get out there and try to find out who the best man is on the day. So, but it was good to catch up with some old friends and get that feeling of being on the stage again under pressure. It was fantastic. You can't sort of replicate that anywhere else with that amount of people and the wonderful stage that you compete on and the stakes. So I was privileged to get back there, and I'd dearly love to get back to Stuttgart this year at the end, beginning of November at the end of this year. So I'll do what I can, and we'll see how it rolls today.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at your personal journey, and it's certainly been a journey, you know, you've gone through a hell of a lot to be where you are today. You wouldn't be taking another World Championships for granted, would you?
Never. I mean, even for me, competing at the New Zealand qualifier is, I'm really grateful because I came from a place where I could hardly walk up a flight of stairs. So I'm really grateful to be here, and I don't want anyone to feel sorry for me because my journey has been a good one, and some people don't get this opportunity, and I realise that, and so I'm out there to grab it with both hands and do what I can do.
Nice one. Well, we're all looking forward to seeing you in action. Thanks so much, Jason.
Thank you. Wonderful to talk to you.
Likewise.
Testing.
Good morning and welcome along to the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games, and in particular the 2023 STIHL TimberSports National Championship. And this is TimberSports, and this is the National Championship, so it is part of the Rural Games, but this is the big time for the guys that you're going to see for the rest of the day. And the importance of this event shouldn't be lost on anyone, because over the time of STIHL TimberSports internationally, New Zealand is the strongest timber sports nation on earth. We hold 9 STIHL TimberSports World Championship individual titles. We hold 5 STIHL TimberSports World Championship team titles, and we can add to this 2 STIHL TimberSports World Trophies, and in 2019 our first Rookies Championship title. But it's not all easy going when you're number one, because we need to get the silverware back right now, and that's what we're here to start the process of doing. At the moment, the silverware sits with 3 in Australia's cabinet, 1 in America's and 1 in ours. There are 20 nations that compete in this internationally, and we have our national championship to find who is going to be the best. The best from this competition over the 2 days will send our champions to the other side of the world, to Rotterdam in the Netherlands in May for the World Trophy Women's and Rookies, and in November to Stuttgart, the home of STIHL, where we will see the Men's Open Individual Championship and the Team's Championship. We need to find out who is going to be going. So we've got the very best competing for you today in the original extreme sport. It's all about 150 years of heritage, way before Andreas STIHL invented the chainsaw. The lumber needed to build the farms, towns, cities and nations of Europe, North America, Australia and New Zealand was felled and hewn by axes and saws. And as long as there have been these tools, someone has always strived to be the best and the fastest. And today we call that STIHL TimberSports. So we've got an event for you. Let's meet the people first who will be controlling the event. Let's meet our judges, if they can please come up onto the stage. Neil Richardson. Neil is with us from Australia as part of the Judges International Exchange Program. Matt Hura. Matt's a Kiwi, just been spending some time with STIHL TimberSports in Australia, also as part of that exchange program. And last but definitely not least, former New Zealand team member Adam Lowe. So those are your judges, ladies and gentlemen. Let's meet our contestants for the day. First up, Jack Jordan. Jack Jordan is a farmer from Taumananui. He is the 2021 STIHL TimberSports National Champion. He has 7 world underhand titles, but this is the big one. He is the current STIHL TimberSports World Trophy holder. And last night was awarded at the Rural Sports Awards Supreme Rural Sportsperson of the Year. Next up, Kyle Lemon. Kyle Lemon is from Rotorua. He is a police officer. He has been in the team world championships and won 3 times for New Zealand. Second in 2021 STIHL TimberSports National Championship right here on this stage. 32 years in the sport. Great deal of experience. Jason Wynyard. Jason Wynyard is the service technician at STIHL New Zealand. He is from Auckland. He is the current national champion. 9 STIHL TimberSports World Championship titles to his name. There is more than daylight between that tally and the next person that's ever existed in the sport. 10 still TimberSports United States titles as champion, 265 world titles, 10 times a world record holder, and a member of the New Zealand Order of Merit. He is our current national champion, as I've mentioned, and last night received the Legacy Award from Rural Sports as one of the legacy sports people that was awarded. Shane Jordan. Shane is a logger from Stratford in Taranaki. 2022 Rotorua competition underhand champion and a bronze medal in the 2019 Still TimberSports World Championship. So he has also been the winner of this particular competition in the past. Bobby Dowling. Bobby Dowling, originally from Southland. If you ever chat to him, you'll work out where he's from. He is a forestry logistics manager now domiciled in Adelaide, has come back to New Zealand to win this title. He has multiple world titles. He is an expert single sawyer, and you'll see that in action soon. Nathan McDonald. Nathan McDonald is an electrician based in Auckland, one world title, a member of the 2016 Still TimberSports New Zealand team. Always makes this final lineup. Maybe this year will be the year. Jesse Whitehead. Jesse Whitehead is an operations manager based in Christchurch. He has multiple springboard titles and more than just New Zealand, also in Canada. And to this day, one of the fastest springboards I've ever seen in New Zealand. Hayden Rasmussen. Machine operator and drain layer from Otaki. So he's our local big hope, ladies and gentlemen. Solid results over many years from that strong Otaki club, and today could just be the bolter in the competition. Charles Hall. Charles Hall is a quarry operator from Tauranga, a champion of the sport at club level with strong results in 2023, which has given them a nod to make the final lineup for New Zealand. And last but not least, Chris Lord from Otorohanga. He's been 15 years in the sports, but really I've only got to say one thing. 2019 World Rookies Champion. So as you can see, these are our competitors. The form is exceptional, and we're going to put on a show and a competition for you today that you want to make sure you keep your spot on the fence or your seat in the stand and catch the action all day long. Gentlemen, thank you, and we'll see you up on stage again very soon. So our first event for the day, if you take a look at the front of the stage, you see two blocks. This is an underhand block. So before Mr. Still invented the chainsaw, if a tree was felled and needed to be cut to length in the forest, this is how it was done. They would stand on top of the log and they would cut it from two sides. So that's what we have here. It's obviously an axe event. So the axes that most of these guys use are made by a lot of craftsmen and artisans in Masterton by the name of Tuatahi Racing Axes and Saws, who are a co-sponsor for this event. They've already prepped the logs. They draw them earlier this morning. You get what you're given. You have to make the most out of it, which means that you are always at a disadvantage in this sport. It's never even Stevens. They've gone through. They've cut these footholes here, if you can see them. That's where they're going to stand. Very important. They can't cut into those. If they cut into those during the event, that is a disqualification. You can see all the crayon marks on top. That's when they've looked at the wood, looked to see where any knots are, where the best grain, where the sapwood is, and they've positioned it so that it's going to work best for them for the fastest time they can deliver. So, underhand competition. We'll wait for our judges to come forward on, and we will be underway with you any moment. Right, the scene is set for the underhand. Our first heat coming up as our judges get on course. We make sure our timers are ready. Now we're using a program called Coach's Eye on an iPad to record times. And essentially that means that you cannot get a draw because it can go frame by frame until you work out who cut the log first. Let's welcome to the stage our first two competitors in Heat 1 on stand 1 from Tauranga, it's Charles Hall. And on 2 from Christchurch, Jesse Whitehead.
Okay, athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And first into the block, it's Charles Hall. So he is on the right-hand side as you look towards the big screen from the grandstand. As these two competitors open up the first side with those 3.6 kilo razor blades they call a Tuatahi racing axe. Both to the other side now. Jesse Whitehead, a little bit earlier onto the turn, but a little bit of a stick as he goes through that first scarf. Charles Hall now working away. He's got an opportunity. Jesse Whitehead probably got the better form. Let's have a look and see who's going to open up the daylight, and it is very, very close. You pick it, ladies and gentlemen. All they got to do is sever that block. So it's going to be the timekeepers will have their work cut out for them here just to see who between Charles Hall and Jesse Whitehead has the fastest time to open their account. And it is an account too, because as they go through these events, their times are recorded in the points co with the times and placings through each event. The first 3 events, we'll see whether we get to the draw. Now Matt here is going to walk these guys up, see whether they believe the cut is all right.
Okay. Both cuts are good.
So that's a good start to the day. The quality standard staying up as it was yesterday. We had very few disqualifications in the 2 grades that we had yesterday with women's and rookies. So we've started off well. So Charles Hall and Jesse Whitehead underway. We'll get some times. We'll keep you updated as we go. Right, there's a little bit of deliberation going on here. As you can see from the stands, a very, very close finish between those first 2 contestants. So now they're just going to make sure that they get it right, get the times right. It pretty much mirrors yesterday where we had the same situation with the very first heat going through, that it was very tight. Let's welcome our next 2 contestants up onto the big stage. It is Bobby Dowling from Adelaide on stand 1 and Hayden Rasmussen from Otaki. So Bobby Dowling, domiciled in Adelaide nowadays, always been a Southlander at heart, still is. He will be on the right-hand side block as you look towards the big screen. Hayden Rasmussen from Otaki. He will be on the left-hand side as you look forward.
Okay. Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So a good timing of that start by Bobby Dowling. It's a little bit different for these guys because we don't start on the count, we start on go. So here comes the pressure now. First scarf through. Bobby Dowling first on the turn, but it's absolutely a tenth of a second behind him, and one below is Hayden Rasmussen. This is where it counts. It will depend on how much has been done on that first scarf. Nice unstepped scarf there from Hayden Rasmussen. He steps off. It's going to be close. We'll give the honours to Hayden Rasmussen at this case. We'll wait for the judges to have a look. Now you notice that he lost his balance, stepped off. One of the things they'll be looking for, you cannot sever the block with 1 foot on the ground. You must be on the block. So that may be worth a little bit of a check.
Okay. Bobby was a good cut. Unfortunately, Hayden had an incomplete sever, so that's a DQ.
Okay, so you heard it there from Matt Hura, our judge. Unfortunate there for Hayden Rasmussen. Never good to start the day with an egg in the count sheet, but we'll get those times in to see how we've gone as we head into heat number 3 coming your way very soon. We'll just clear the debris from the decks.
Yeah, he was fine.
Okay, we've just got an announcement coming through that the cow pat has been moved. Can you just repeat that in my ear, please, Marty? Next to the food court, towards Broadway. Yes, towards Broadway. That's where the cow pat toss is going to take place. Thank you. Wiggy, are you there?
Yeah, I am here, mate. It's great to see such a good crowd floating around. We're just going to start pulling down the fences, but I'm just going to find out. We could actually do a prize giving over here for the fencing in just a few minutes. I know it's scheduled.
Okay, let's get our next 2 contestants on for heat number 3 in the open underhand competition. Let's welcome from Auckland, Jason Wynyard and fellow Aucklander, Nathan McDonald.
Yeah, no, he's been let that, no. Yeah, he's got to go back by that log. The stone. Okay. Athletes ready?
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So it's a 25.33 seconds from Bobby Dowling in the last heat's the time to beat. As we get to the heavy hitters here from Auckland, a little bit of a stick there for Jason Wynyard on that first scarf right at the top, makes an absolutely wonderful jump turn, but they're absolutely neck and neck as we look here. Nathan McDonald working away on that second scarf. Jason Wynyard knows he's going to have to get some good chopping times to make the most of the later events that come in, and a big stick there for Jason Wynyard has cost him. Nathan McDonald gets the advantage. One blow was in it. And you get an idea of how it can be going very well and it can go all wrong with one moment. I'm thinking that the times are still going to look pretty good when we get them back up here to the commentary box. As I said, Bobby Dowling just leading the count at the moment. So get our two competitors up, see whether the cut was all right.
Okay, both cuts are good.
Okay, good sign. We've got good cuts as ruled by Matt Hura. Our judging panel there. So time to get some new blocks up, ready for the next heat. Get the chips and the debris cleared away from the last one.
Because he's got time to go back and cut it. So you've got to let him call that he's finished.
On the first one?
Like when he didn't show the clock.
Yeah.
So he's still got a minute to cut it all at once.
Okay.
See, they're working out whether they need an umbrella to keep the sun off the timers down there so they can see the page. Of course, this wonderful Manawatu sunshine that's greeted us. A little bit of a shower yesterday, but of course we needed that, didn't we? So great to be back here in the square, Palmerston North City. It's been a couple of years. Last year we did the STIHL TimberSports National Finals in Auckland. But really good to have it back live so everyone else can join in and see what the magic of STIHL TimberSports is all about on a national level as we look towards the international competitions coming up later in the year. So Nathan McDonald putting the gauntlet down in that last heat, coming in with a 23.83. We know that these times can get under the 20-second mark, but that's where we stand right now. Let's welcome on the next two. From Stratford, it's Shane Jordan, and from Otorohanga, Chris Lord. So Shane Jordan will be on the stand on the right as you look towards the big screen. Chris Lord on the other side. As we mentioned earlier, Chris Lord, our inaugural Rookies World Championship title for New Zealand in STIHL TimberSports a couple of years ago when we were still able to travel. But the good news is we can travel again this year. And whoever can take out the honours in this competition in the day will be heading to Stuttgart.
Okay. Athletes ready?
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Right, a really good matchup here between Shane Jordan and Chris Lord, making quick work of the poplar logs that have been brought in specially for this event. First on the turn, Shane Jordan, a moment behind him, half a blow, in fact, Chris Lord, as they go into the side that you can see. This is where the work needs to be done. We're looking for the daylight between the blocks. Keep your eyes peeled on it. And Chris Lord, the young fella, has done well, takes the honours in that particular matchup. We'll have a look at that time when it comes in. As I said, Nathan McDonald with a 23.83 over Jason Wynyard's 24.96, and boy, that could have been quicker too. It's where we're sitting so far in this underhand discipline for the national title.
Okay, both cuts are good.
Righto, so they're going to go through, no DQs in that lot. So one heat to go in the open underhand here in the 2023 STIHL TimberSports National Championship. Hope you're enjoying everything that's on offer here at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games. I've been listening to Jamie Mackay over there commentating on the sharing, the speed sharing between the schools this morning. Great bit of action, and I can hear Craig Wiggins, Wiggy, over there with the fencing in the speed fencing, and I can hear the name Bowskill being called out, as we would expect. That family really have supplied the grunt in New Zealand fencing over the last wee while. But everyone's over here. We're here to watch some timber sports, and it looks like we've got a good crowd in. So we get ready for our final heat. So Chris Lord in that last heat has replaced Nathan's Gauntlet. He has now put a 19.4 on the board as the quickest time through so far. And they'll be looking to accumulate points because they've got to get through these first three disciplines, because we will drop off some athletes as we go. Let's welcome to the stage our next two competitors. From Rotorua, it is Kyle Lemon, and from Taumarunui, Jack Jordan. So this is a mouth-watering lineup here. You're looking at the two fastest underhands in the country for some time. And if they're not on the podium at number 1, they're on at the podium at number 2. So stand by.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, we've been looking forward to this one, and Kyle Lemon gets his axe into the block quicker, but the big hit's coming from the farmer from Taumarunui, and the current World Trophy champion's already made the turn. Kyle Lemon still working on the front scarf, got the quickest jump turn in the business, but it's not going to be enough to catch the young fella from Taumarunui, and he's shown how it's done. This might be why Sportsman and Sports Person of the Year at last night's awards, Kyle Lemon. He's still got a little bit of work to do. Very quick cadence, finishes out now. So the judges check the blocks, make sure everything is satisfactory before we go to the times.
Okay, both cuts are good.
Okay, so it's almost a clean sweep as we finish out in the underhand competition. We'll get those times for you shortly. But looking pretty slick. You can see how that particular discipline can be done when it's on stream. We've got the stock saw coming up next, which will give us a little bit of mechanical power. So plenty of action coming your way. We'll just get those times back and we'll let you know where it's finished out in at least the top 3 in underhand competition. Now, very thankful to the guys that make this event happen on the deck, our deck crew. And out there in those STIHL braces, I can see Shane Campbell using that STIHL BGA 86 air broom. Now, if you don't have an air broom at home, you really need to get one, because it is the most used tool in my household. And the thing is, you'll never pick up a conventional broom outside ever again once you've got one of those. And the beauty is, once you've got the system, you've got the battery and the tool and the charger, you can add so many things to it. STIHL has the widest range by miles of garden equipment that is battery powered, and petrol powered of course as well. But if you're into battery, that battery will power a lawnmower, it'll power your line trimmer, your hedge trimmer, it'll power any number of machines. In fact, it'll even power a small concrete saw that is so beloved by the hire industry. So great versatility from the STIHL battery ranges. If you need one, go and see your friendly STIHL shop. It's down on Main Street here or in Fielding. Both still shops certainly open most of today. Okay, so we're just getting some times heading our way now as we do the final preparation on the deck as we get ready for a little bit of STIHL MS661 stock saw, and you can hear them warming up out the back now. So just to hand, we have a fresh time from that last heat that you were watching. Jack Jordan coming in with the fastest time at 15.38 seconds. So well done, Jack. Very good effort. Chris Lord holding in the second spot at a 19.4. And as I look through the rest of the results, I would say it is Shane Jordan holding the third position at 23.45. Now, when we do the points, we add them up on the placings on their times, but as we got yesterday with a draw, if we get a draw, we go back to those times and count back. And yesterday in the rookies between third and fourth, it was 0.7 of a second over the whole day that determined who was standing on the podium and who wasn't. So you can hear the saws starting up out back. So the next event coming up, if you have a look at the back of the stage here on the steps, you can see a chainsaw. That is a STIHL MS661, 91cc, just over the top of it. It is the #1 saw in forestry for all of the years it has been available as its predecessor models were. What we do is we go racing with these. 5.4 kilowatts, 7 kilos, just a little bit more dry. They're going to pick that saw up off the ground. It will be idling, so they start it first, get it up to temperature. We're just doing the pattern warm-up. We match the saws on tuning, and they draw for the saws, just like they draw for the blocks. So you do have to make do with what you've got, but under testing, we believe they will be absolutely identical in performance. This block here, 40 centimetres in diameter, poplar. They're going to make 2 cuts, one down and one up, which sounds really, really simple, doesn't it? But when you're under starter's orders and you're going to have to do this in 10 seconds or about 13 seconds to do those 2 cuts, it makes it an extremely difficult event to win, but a very, very easy event to lose. And we saw plenty of that in action yesterday. They are only allowed to cut into the block 100 mils to do those 2 cuts. If they cut away and the biscuit is not complete, that's a disqualification. If they jump the start, disqualification. If they cross that line, that 100 millimeter line, you got it? Disqualification. Very, very difficult event, despite how easy you may think it's going to be. So it sounds like the saws are warm. They'll be out on the stage any moment, and we'll be underway with the STIHL stock saw competition in the STIHL TimberSports 2023 National Championship.
Well, after that underhand performance, I'm down here with Jack Jordan, one of the competition favourites. Do you like having that title hanging over you after even just one discipline?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, events like these, it's anything can happen in them, I suppose, though. Sort of got to make the most of your good log and, yeah, see how you go.
I know it's only been one event so far, but it looks like it's going to plan. Would you say it is?
Yeah, not too bad. I was pretty lucky to get that off an 8 and 8 there, so pretty happy with that, and hopefully we can continue, yeah, throughout the competition.
A big night last night. You won an award. You are the World Trophy champion. Does it feel a bit different coming this time around, knowing that you've got all these accolades hanging over you so far in your career?
No, you can't change too much, I suppose. You sort of got to forget about that and focus on the task at hand, yeah.
Does it help a little bit, though, having that big event experience coming into something like a national championships?
Yeah, I guess you get confidence competing in them bigger events and that. You're used to competing in that sort of format and that. I suppose it helps you out here, yeah.
Obviously, there's another World Championships on the line. How badly would you want to be there? I guess it goes without saying.
Yeah, for sure. That's what we're all here for. So hopefully we go right throughout the day and hopefully we can get there, yeah.
Some massive events to come. Was your underhand your favourite? What's coming up that we should be keeping an eye on?
Yeah, underhand's definitely the favourite. Stand block will go right in the stand block sometimes, so that's probably one to look at too. The other events, will just have to see how I go, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, there's a massive crowd here waiting to watch you in action. All the best.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks, Christina, and it's great to hear a few words coming from Jack Jordan. Anyone who caught him on The Crowd Goes Wild last year with the host from the show on his farm, if you haven't seen it, get onto YouTube and see it. It's absolutely wonderful piece of perfectly timed comedy, really, but a really good insight into the man. Now I can see STIHL standing down there on the fence. He's got some steel caps in his hand. So do your best to get his attention and see whether you can get one of those caps. Now no spitting, biting, punching, kicking. You may as well have the brand of the #1 in outdoor power equipment in New Zealand and overseas, keeping the sun out of your eyes on this beautiful Manawatu day. Okay, looks like we're almost there for a little bit of stock sawing. We'll just wait for those saws to get out here and we can get underway.
What stands he on that?
Ladies and gentlemen, Shane Valschool, second place in the batting competition, and Tony Valschool takes out the Stockade batting gun. Beautiful prize, worth a heck of a lot of money. For the fastest batter here today, give them a big hand.
And can you just indicate to the bar who they are?
He won it in 112. Congratulations. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. It's good for him. Okay, we're back to the main competition now. In seventh place. And our speed fencing contest, Bernard Compton, come on up, Bernard, and Rosette. It looks like we're going to have Makurika, our MP from Taranaki and King Country.
So we're just doing the final refueling and oiling of those MS661s. Now something that's new in the STIHL portfolio that's just been released is a product called STIHL Hexa, which is a chain. So those of you that know saw chain for chainsaws will know that square ground chain was always the holy grail for keeping the edge longest and giving the best performance and cutting speed. But the problem was hardly anyone had the ability to sharpen it. So STIHL have introduced a product called Hexa, which gives you all the benefits of a square ground chain, but a filing system that means anyone can do it. We would expect to see this being used in the forests, but I think there's a real good application for many other people that do a lot of firewood or farmers that use a saw on a regular basis. And we know that with you, if you pair the Hexa chain with the STIHL MS661, which you're going to see shortly, you have the fastest cutting combination of any chainsaw you can buy on the New Zealand or world market. So I mentioned that STIHL were #1, certainly #1 in chainsaws. 1 in every 2 sold in this country are STIHL chainsaws. That's petrol, battery, and even mains electric. That's how big the range is. But if you start getting at the top end and mixing it with that Hexa chain, you have the fastest in the West. Must admit, I like the look on these saws. You'll see some interesting patterns on the bar. It's what you'd call dazzle camouflage. Really, really quite cool. The only problem is you can't go to your friendly STIHL shop and buy that because that is only for STIHL TimberSports worldwide. But there are some changes to some of the designs in the bars that are coming through with some new technology in the STIHL factory. So if you get down to your friendly STIHL shop, have a look and see what they've got on offer in the chainsaw ranges. So here they come, tuned, matched, fueled, oiled, ready to go racing. And let's have a look at those guide bars. Aren't they quite cool with that dazzle camouflage on them? Now the saws are sitting in little holders there. The competitors don't have to use those, but it stops the saw moving around while it's idling. Let's get our first 2 contestants onto the stage. From Otaki, Hayden Rasmussen, and from Tauranga, Charles Hall.
Now, Tony asked me if he can stay around the Rossetti
Okay, warm up your saws. Okay, athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So the pickup from Hayden Rasmussen, good, but he's managed to stall the saw. He'll have to restart and go, but it's going to give Charles Hall the upper hand as he goes through and has a hang up a little bit in the bottom of the cut himself as he manages to miss the uppercut. And I'll tell you what, Hayden Rasmussen's transition is so good. He is going to be absolutely annoyed on the start because you can see how fast he can actually cut. So he's ruining the start there. Charles Hall actually caught just as we came to the end on that second cut. Judges just inspecting those cookies. It's what we call them, those discs. Make sure they're cut cleanly. They haven't cut over their limit lines. And that'll tell us very soon as Matt Hera will give the call as to whether the cuts were good or not.
Come in, Charles. Shoulder to shoulder. Okay, both cuts are good.
So a really good recovery by Hayden Rasmussen. He manages to get the job done no matter what. So we'll clear away the chips, get those still battery-powered blowers out there again. Real mixture of technology with the petrol-powered machines of tradition at the high end of the food chain, and of course the battery-powered tools. So just squaring up the face from the last competitor, so the next contestant on has a nice straight face on that block.
Have a saw cut under it. Have a saw cut under it.
Hey, give him a big round of applause.
Yeah, give him a hiding.
So it's starting to come in hands in the next term as well. And you've got
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that completes our speed fencing competition, and really, really good to watch.
So just got the times to hand from that first heat. I can see that Hayden Rasmussen, although the saw gave him grief at the start, still put in a 16.16.88 to Charles Hall, who put in a 17.17.50. So they've opened their account in the stock saw in the National Championship to see who is going to be the 2023 STIHL TimberSports National Champion to head to Stuttgart in November for the teams and individuals competition. Of course, we're also looking for a World Trophy representative, done so ably for us yesterday. Let's get our next two contestants on from Christchurch. It's Jesse Whitehead, and he's up against Bobby Dowling from Adelaide.
Warm up your saws. Okay, athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So a nice pickup from both competitors. No stalling of the chainsaw on this one. Jesse Whitehead, the closest to me on the right-hand side as you look towards the screen, but really good balance from Bobby Dowling as he comes up. It's going to be very close, but I tell you what, it's Jesse Whitehead's going to get the honours. Nice clean cut. We'll check what the judges have to say, but from my point of view, I can see some complete discs and I can't see the crayon on the limit lines broken. Matt Hera having the last look, just checking everything is complete.
Okay, both cuts are good.
There we have it. 2 heats, 2 clean cuts. We'll get some times back in, but Jesse Whitehead looked like he was absolutely flying. Now you'll notice when they start, they've got the saw idling at their feet, usually sitting in the retainer. But they've got their hands up on top of the wood. There is a line going down the centre of that log. They must have 4 fingers of each hand over that line. If they have a finger over the front of the log, if they have 1 finger back from the line, not breaking it, that is a disqualification. It's amazing for 2 cuts of wood that we can make so many rules. But when you're talking tenths of a second, in many cases, separating the placements in the stock saw competition, we've got to make sure absolutely everything is done perfectly. Right, we've got some times to hand from the second heat in the stock saw. Jesse Whitehead, we thought he was flying, has put in a 12.92 to lead the field. And Bobby Dowling not too far behind with a 13.90. So those are our 2 quick times. Now, they're going to be accumulating the times as we go through. As I said, it may be used as a decider. Their places will determine their points. And when we get through the first 3 disciplines, the points will matter because that will limit who goes through. Okay, let's get our next 2 contestants up. From Taumarunui, it's Jack Jordan, and from Auckland, Nathan McDonald.
Warm up your saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go.
And a quicker pick up there from Jack Jordan as we would have expected. He's an absolute gunman on this. Nathan McDonald putting nice weight down. They come through the transition absolutely neck and neck, and it's a beautiful transition it was too. As they come through the top of the block, I can tell you now, it's a young fella, Jack Jordan. Oh, well, Nathan McDonald not happy with one of his discs. He has the option to put another disc in to record a time. So he just makes sure of it, which is a good way to do it. Much better option than taking a DQ is putting in the extra time, so at least recording. Means you're getting close to the limit line. I see Jack also threatening the limit line there, but it looks like we've got some clear air between it and the crayon. Like I say, for Nathan, didn't go quite the way he wanted. Let's have a look and see what the judges have to say.
Okay, both cuts are good.
Good recovery there from Nathan McDonald, but he was never going to catch the flyer from Taumarunui on the other stand. So we'll have a look to see what that time is. We're looking to beat Jesse Whitehead's 12.92. And I'm going to take a punt that we've probably got a quicker time going through that heat.
Mic's off now. It's pretty bloody warm. good.
Let's get our next two contestants up, and it will be from Otorohanga, Chris Lord coming up against Jason Wynyard from Auckland.
What was wrong there, Neil? The line. Yep, no worries.
Warm up your saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So a nice even pickup between Jason Wynyard and Chris Lord as they make the first cut coming through now. Let's have a look at the transitions. Nice and clean on both sides. Chris Lord coming in close to the crown, but it's Jason Wynyard. Really knows how to handle that chainsaw. Oh, absolutely clean as you like. Look at these two hitting straight for the marks on the front of the stage. They know they've done a good job. Final say goes to the match referees, but I think they were trying to make it easy for them, having a good look underneath Chris Lord's block, because that crayon mark that goes right round there goes underneath as well.
Okay, both cuts are good.
That's what we wanted to hear. We've got a few times to get back here so we can give you an idea where it is, because at the moment it was Jesse Whitehead with that 12.92. We still don't have a time in hand for Jack Jordan. And I'll tell you what, Jason Wynyard, absolutely no slug on the end of that MS661. But he is probably the person here in the entire square that knows more about the intricacies and operation of an MS661 technically than anyone else. So as you can see, he also knows how to pick it up, pull trigger, and cut a couple of discs in no short time. Okay, got some times to hand. Jack Jordan, now we can say that he leads the field with a 12.35 seconds for his cuts. Coming in behind will be Jason Wynyard with a 12.68 just recorded. So it pushes Jesse Whitehead's 12.92 just a little bit further down the leaderboard. Right, last heat, let's have Kyle Lemon from Rotorua and Shane Jordan from Stratford up onto the stage.
Just made our way down to the cowpat throwing competition. Tucked away at the top right-hand corner by Broadway, just down from the toilets and behind the food, which is...
Warm up your saws. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, and Kyle Lemon's got a hang up on the start, managed to engage the chain break. It's going to give Shane Jordan the advantage in this matchup. He makes his uppercut very close to the crayon. It is Kyle Lemon doing everything he can to make up some time, but it's not going to be enough. So Shane Jordan puts the two cookies on the ground first. Unfortunate for Kyle Lemon, just engaged the chain break as he snatched the saw up off the ground. As it goes to that adage, and I can quote Kyle Lemon that it's a very difficult event to win, but an extremely easy one to lose. There's just so much riding on so little time to get it done.
Okay, both cuts are good.
Righto, but the times are going to count, so the effort made by Kyle to overcome that difficulty and recorded time may pay off at the end of the day. We just have to wait and see. So we'll clear the desk and see the cradles coming out for the standing chop, and I'll give you a bit of an idea, if you're new to the sport, what that is going to involve. So the times to hand for the stock saw competition in the STIHL TimberSports National Championship. From the last heat, Shane Jordan first through in the matchup at a 13.14, followed by Kyle Lemon with a 14.18 after a very good recovery. But it's still Jack Jordan with that 12.35 that leads the way in the stock saw. So we're ready to change over the disciplines now. Stay with us.
I'm down here with Jason Wynyard, yes, the legend of the sport that everyone's here to see. Well, not quite quick enough to take top spot, but you're happy nonetheless. It was still a solid performance.
Yeah, it was good to come back with a second place in the stock saw. Underhand didn't go so well. I think I'm still trying to get the axe out of the bottom of that log, but yeah, no, rocky start for me in the underhand, but nice to come back with the stock saw, yeah.
Well, you know the sport well, and you know that those moments happen very easily in the sport, but what goes through your mind in those moments?
That's the problem with our sport. So many different things can go wrong. So, I mean, you never wish anyone bad luck, but it sometimes just happens on the stage, you know. And I think we all sort of have our moments when things go wrong, and it's probably, you know, it's unfortunate to see people make mistakes and have bad runs, but you kind of got to keep your head in the game and just keep your head down and keep working. and that's all I've sort of done all these years. And yeah, hopefully if things go well, you get the results. But no, good start to the day, and looking forward to the next few disciplines.
Well, if we saw anything last year at the last year's National Championships, it took a very impressive hot saw performance to see you soar up to the top of the leaderboard. So what's in store for the rest of the day for us?
Oh, I think there's going to be some excitement in store for sure. Young Jack Jordan's chopping really well, and he's not the only one. There's a whole field of axemen that can take that first place in any of the disciplines. So it's going to be an exciting few disciplines, and I think it's certainly going to come down to the hot saw at the end again. So looking forward to it.
You've seen plenty of events, plenty of national championships, but there's an awesome crowd out here today to see you all in such a hot field. How far has it all come, I guess, since you started your career? It must be feeling pretty good to be lining up here this morning still.
Actually, I take a look around and it reminds me of some of the events that I was involved with in the USA. So that's, that was a lot of fun to compete in front of, and this crowd today is a lot of fun as well. So thanks to everyone for turning out, and don't be shy to give us a bit of support. We're all working hard out there to do our best, and don't forget to get behind, the ones you're backing, and make some noise. It's not golf.
100% it is not, and on a hot day I'm sure you'd absolutely like it. Hey, all the best for the rest of it.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Christina. Great to hear from the man himself, the most successful athlete in still timber sports in the history of the sport. Righto, next up we're going to the standing chop. Now many of you, well, if you've followed wood chopping and A&P shows in any other place they've been held, you'll know the standing chop. For many of the competitors, this is their favourite. You've got all of the room to stand with your feet. You're not confined as to where you put your feet as you would be on springboard or underhand, which means you can hit that block as hard as you can. So I'm going to ask you to use a little bit of imagination. We do this a little bit. You need to imagine that that's a tree standing in the forest. It's a nice, clean cutting tree. Mr. STIHL hasn't invented the chainsaw at this stage, so we're going to have to get that tree down with an axe. One of those wonderful racing axes from Tuatahi Racing Axes and Saws, who support us here, of course. It's the only way it should be done. This is 30 centimetres in diameter. They're going to cut it from both sides with the axe, and you can already see that they've marked it again, just like the underhand. They've marked it with crayon on the block that has been drawn, the one that they get, to make sure that they can get the grain and the knots and any other imperfections in the right position on that block. Something a little bit different, you may have noticed there's nails all the way around here that have been hidden and bent over. Now they are to prevent slabbing. Now slabbing is if you come through with too shallow a hit and it goes up and catches the grain, just like if you were splitting firewood and goes all the way up to the top. You want to prevent that because there's a good chance that you may not have severed the fibres, and if that is the case, the judge will disqualify you. So as you can see, all of the blocks are nailed, they're marked, which means they're pretty much ready to go in the Still TimberSports 2023 standing competition.
Oh, Matt, you ready? Matt? Matt? Good. What time are we waiting until?
Well, that whistle means it's get ready to rumble. Let's get our first two competitors up here on the big stage in the square for the standing chop. Let's welcome from Adelaide, Bobby Dowling, and from Christchurch, Jesse Whitehead.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So Bobby Dowling up against Jesse Whitehead. You could almost say it's a battle of the South because, of course, he might be in Adelaide now, but Bobby Dowling is resident, a Southlander by heart. Both on the turn, similar time, taking out the wood. Now, they've already thought about how they're going to take these blocks out before they even get up there. Bobby Dowling starting to get a bit of movement, and he's going to be happy with that, I can tell you now. Jesse Whitehead just a few blows behind, but all of the race form set there by the man from Adelaide. Right, we have the review flag just thrown onto the stage. That means something has to be reviewed by the judges. It'll be a quick vision down to the video just to see where that is, whether it was jumping the start. So as we clean up, just stay with us so we can get that result for you. Of course, if you're cutting very fast in your first one through, but something hasn't been done correctly, it is all for naught. So it's all eyes on the small screen. You'll notice it when we start the cadence, which you're probably quite familiar with now, and they start on go, but at the time the word go is said, the screen goes white. Well, that's to help the video determine exactly when that has been called out.
Okay. Both cuts are good.
So the review, it was done, but it wasn't needed. So Bobby Dowling, I'm pretty sure he's going to be happy with that. A good way to start his account here in the open standing competition. Still TimberSports 2023. Brought to you, of course, by STIHL. And remember, there's so much equipment there. The biggest range of outdoor power equipment in the country by far, and available from your friendly STIHL shop. And if you're a local, that's either Palmerston North Fielding, perhaps Pahiatua or Levin, or even Wanganui. We'll wait for those times to come up from the judges, and then we'll, as we get ready for our next heat here in the standing.
No.
Just back off a bit in between. We're about 15 minutes up. So.
Oh, in between the next event?
No,
or
no.
Like now?
Like just while they're setting up, if we just slow it up a bit that way.
Oh, yeah.
And then, but you can't extend when they're doing it once they're out here.
Yeah.
So we've got to do the same time.
Okay.
But I just told the ring crew just to slow it down a bit, setting up.
Okay. So now.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Okay, so our next two competitors up on the stage now. From Tauranga, it is Charles Hall, and from Otaki, Hayden Rasmussen. Charles Hall on the right-hand side as you look towards the big screen. Hayden Rasmussen on the left.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So the go is the first time they can actually make contact with the block. Most of them in club events will be starting on the numbers. Charles Hall, a little bit of a stick in the first scarf. May give Hayden Rasmussen an advantage. He's happy that he's done enough on the first to turn. Charles Hall from Rotorua. Now on the turn. He's got a little bit of ground to make up. Let's see whether Hayden Rasmussen's done enough work. I can see certainly some daylight coming through on the right-hand side of the block. It's starting to move, and there it goes. Hayden Rasmussen, the local, the man from Otaki. Charles Hall from Tauranga finishes his now, and that's the second heat in the standing competition. Time to beat so far, Bobby Dowling in heat number 1 put through a 19.9er, 0.78 against Jesse Whitehead with a 2.3, 23.46. We'll get the times back on these guys and we'll give you a little bit of an update as they walk to the front of the stage with our match referee, Matt Hura, who will tell us whether the cut was good to the rules or not.
Okay, both cuts are good.
That's what we wanted to hear. That's what we wanted to hear, all right. So Charles Hall and Hayden Rasmussen can be happy with their work. Into the third discipline here in this 2023 Stihl TimberSports National Championship right here at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games, and what a great event the Rural Games are. So much to go and see. I know that we're all focused here on TimberSports, but there's dog trials, fencing, shearing, all of those great things you'd expect at a Rural Games. And of course last night the Rural Sportsman and Sportsperson and Sportswoman of the Year all announced, as well as the Legacy Awards to the sport, to rural sport in general. So out come those Stihl BGA 86 blowers just to clear the deck of the chips. I can actually move quite a lot of debris, those machines, and of course we have smaller ones and we have bigger ones than those if you need a bigger job for your air broom. So from the last heat, Hayden Rasmussen from Otaki, the local hero, certainly got the response from the crowd, coming through with a 23.40. Charles Hall with a 31.56, but at the moment, Bobby Dowling with a 19.78, holding sway as we head towards heat number 3. Let's get those rattle guns going, get those blocks secured, and we can ready to go racing.
I'm happy.
Let's welcome to the stage from Otorohanga, Chris Lord, up against from Rotorua, Kyle Lemon.
Athletes ready. Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go.
Absolutely simultaneous as the first of the axe hits the wood on the opening scarf, as both of these two competitors, and they're pretty good too, start the bidding. Chris Lord first on the turn, Kyle Lemon as he was on the underhand, just doing a little bit more work in the front, but can he catch from the back? Gets a big stick on the far side bottom, but it's all Chris Lord from Otorohanga. He's really on fire today. 2019 World Rookie Champion, but Kyle Lemon, who was second on the podium last time we did this. Let's have a look and see whether he can just pick up some time as he goes. Takes the block off the Rotorua police officer. So time to check the blocks. Check the timing video, but it looked pretty clear cut for Chris Lord. Going to be interesting to have a look at that time, see whether he can bring Bobby Dowling's time just down a bit further.
Okay, both cuts are good.
Okay, they're going to count. They're going to count. We just need to know by how much. Now, you may be wondering why each axeman brings out 2 axes. Of course, he's got his lead axe, which is the one that he intends to complete the heat with. But if something goes wrong, something that they weren't expecting. They hit a knot in the wood. There's an imperfection at the wood that damages the edge. They could even have a break in the handle. Something that's unexpected, they can put that axe down and grab the spare axe and complete the cut. Obviously, it's going to cost time because they have to take the glove off it and then they have to start cutting. By picking it up, they lose all their momentum. But, as we know, when it comes to the end of the day, a slow time is much better than a DQ on your score sheet. And with the events coming up later, including the hot saws, you might have heard them warming up a little bit earlier on. It's all about the head as much as the skill level and being able to handle those big saws, and sometimes that includes what to do when things go wrong. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a new fastest time. The gauntlet has been thrown down by Chris Lord at 18.86 seconds. It pushes Bobby Dowling's 19.78 into the second spot. Not such a good day at the office for Kyle Lemon with a 29.68. And Hayden Rasmussen's 23.40 making up the top three so far, but we've got plenty of action coming your way. If you can imagine, to a degree, these heats are seeded, and the next four that come up are looking pretty good. Right, let's get our next two heavy hitters up. It is Jason Wynyard from Auckland and Nathan McDonald, the fellow Aucklander.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, we've been looking forward to this one. These two guys got big hits. The two big men, Nathan McDonald on the left-hand side as you look towards the back of the stage. Jason Wynyard, you know the profile, you know the cutout and the silhouette as he changes both at the same time. Lovely front scarf there from Jason Wynyard as far as quality goes. No stepping at all. Nathan McDonald's a little bit more hairy. But here they go, and Nathan McDonald, it doesn't matter what the style of the scarf looks like, it's been enough to push him through. So as we know, we've got an 18.86 fastest time to beat. Nathan McDonald looking pretty good. Because you never know, sometimes in one of these later heats, both competitors, even though one comes first and one comes second in the heat, can put through the two fastest times of the day. You just don't know until you get and put the scores together. And of course, we're going to add all of the disciplines as we go, so we have a tally at the end. So Matt Hera, he's going to give us the call.
Okay, both cuts are good.
It's what we wanted to hear, isn't it? We'll just get those times for you shortly. Right, we've got one heat to go. We'll bring those contestants on for you shortly, but I tell you what, don't go anywhere, don't lose your seat. You want to make sure you're here to see a little bit of sibling rivalry up on the stage, right here in front of the Cenotaph in the Palmerston North Square. Got some times just coming my way now, we'll write them down. Righto, the times just handed in aren't going to be enough to threaten Chris Lord, who leads the field at that 18.86. Nathan McDonald, quick as he was, put into 20.51. Jason Wynyard, a few blows in behind as we saw at 21.83. Right, we're all looking forward to this one. As I said, a bit of sibling rivalry. Let's welcome from Stratford, Shane Jordan, and from Taumaranui, Jack Jordan.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, we've all been waiting for this one. These two probably done this any number of times together in training. The younger and the elder brothers. First on the turn, Jack Jordan showing the form as to why he is the current World Trophy champion. But no skin off the nose of Shane Jordan, who's captained the New Zealand team for many years over in TimberSports. Jack Jordan gets a bit of a stick, might give Shane a go, but it's not going to be enough. Well, that was worth the watch, wasn't it? That was the last heat to going through in the standing. From now on in, all of these points are going to count as we try and find out who goes through to the single saw. But what you are watching is as good as it will be anywhere in the world. In fact, we'll take a punt, it's going to be better.
Both cuts are good.
Oh, yes, and so they're going to score some times. We just need to know what they are as we farewell the standing chop discipline and work towards the single saw. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we set up for the next round, which of course we have to do a few calculations and set up the new stands ready for the single saw, which we're doing now. So we're about 20 minutes away from completion to get underway with the next part of the competition. So don't go too far because the seats will be at a premium. But I'll tell you what, I can see over on the screen here, and I could hear Jamie Mackay commentating on the dog trials. In that 20 minutes, I think I'll go over there and give him a hand, because there's nothing better than watching dog trials for all of those that used to like the dog show on TV. Absolutely magic stuff right here in the Palmerston North Square. Okay, so the order as we come out of the open standing competition here at STIHL TimberSports, Jack Jordan, you just saw him on stage a moment ago. He has blitzed the field with a 17.93. Definitely got the form coming into the competition. Into the second position, let's have a little bit of a look up. It looks like Chris Lord with his 18.86 and Bobby Dowling rounding out the podium at 19.78. So stand by, back with a single source soon.
guess first of all, congratulations, you took out that heat. Must be, you've taken out all 3 in fact. You must be pretty stoked with your day so far.
Yeah, pretty happy with that. Can't ask for much better, just hopefully we can carry it on throughout the day, yeah.
Shane, how does it feel going up against your brother there and knowing that you've been training together and there's that classic sort of rivalry, no doubt?
Oh, definitely. It's always good to cut against him. He's definitely putting the pressure on everyone today, and yeah, trying to beat him's making everyone else better.
Jack, after years of growing up alongside Shane, does it feel nice to beat him out there on the stage?
Yeah, for sure. It's great to sort of learn to chop from someone like that and sort of always look up to him and try and beat him. So it pushes us both along to try and get better, yeah.
Yeah, little birdie just told me that, Shane, you've actually been the one that sort of taught Jack everything he knows and brought him through the game. It must be pretty cool seeing him on the world stage too, winning that world trophy.
Oh, this sport, there's a lot of work goes into it, and Jack's put a lot of work, sort of put him in the right direction and just let him go, and, it's all the hard work that he did, leading up to all the events and competitions that he's done and won. So, yeah, no, it's definitely great to see him do really well and keep winning. You're
not having a bad day yourself, in fact a very solid day. You must be nice being back at a national championships and really putting it down.
Yeah, definitely. It's great to be back here, but competing against all the guys in this format, so yeah, it's really good.
Single saw up next. Now, it doesn't look nice. Is it the worst discipline, Jack, or do you thrive in it?
Oh, it depends how good you go at it, I suppose. I'm not a big fan of it, but it's just part of the competition, so it's what we've got to do, yeah.
How about yourself, Shane? Do you like the single saw?
Oh, I never sort of did for years, but I've sort of put a lot more into it and definitely starting to enjoy it a bit more now.
Fantastic. Well, you're putting on a show here for the crowd. Nice one. Enjoy the rest of your day. Have fun.
Stevens. With her two heading dogs, Jake and Rob. And of course, Kate, the second runner in these trials, has the hardest job because they have two heading dogs admittedly, but they have to try and split the sheep and the rank. Now Kate's going to lead these ladies just out in front of the yarding pen there. And then Robin's going to lead her up with Jake and Rob. Well done, Ed. 89 points for the women. They're trailing the men on that first display. So we've got Robin Stevens, got a part of the Queen. And Zachary and Hughley, brilliant country there, front sheep country, where all the good sheep shearers come from. And she's a casual muscular as well. These look at these two dogs. Jake and Rob, they could be, is it father, son, brother, brother? What are we trying to figure out here?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome back to the big stage right here in the middle of the square in Palmerston North at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games. This is the 2023 STIHL TimberSports National Championship. This is the big event where we get to find out who will be our national champions, but they will also go on to Europe to represent us in the number of competitions that we have, be it rookies, be it women's, be it the World Trophy, the team, and of course the individual open. So that's what's coming up. Next up, we've got an event called the single saw or single buck, depends on what side of the country you come from. If you follow me into the back here, you can see these logs sticking out of here. These are 460 millimeters in diameter. They are strobus pine. They've been brought in from Taranaki specially for this event. That's 19 inches in the old money for those of the boomers out there. The objective is the sawyers will come out, they will bring out their saws with them, have a good look at them when they come out. Large, high-tech carbon steel hand saws. And of course, before Andreas Stihl invented the chainsaw in 1926, this is how timber and lumber was processed. Nowadays, probably more of a sporting tool, but we know that at full flight for one cut, they can out-accelerate a chainsaw. So these are really, really cool pieces of kit. The premium manufacturer in the world for racing saws is Tuatahi Racing Axes and Saws from across the hill in Masterton. They are the choice of the New Zealand competitors in most cases, and certainly the world for many, many years. The saws we use, for those that know a little bit about it, in this softer wood is called a peg and raker saw, as opposed to an M-tooth saw. To give you an idea, if you know chainsaw chain, if you think of the peg and raker like full chisel, and you think of the M-tooth as semi-chisel. So the fastest cutting saws they can get, made of premium high carbon steel. So our athletes will be through, and of course it's not all of the ones that you've been watching this morning. 2 have dropped off. So they've gone through the points this round, and then after this round we will do the same thing as we head into the springboard and then into the hot saw to finish out for the day. So not too far to go. That's what we're doing. Single saw coming up for you. Stand by. So the single saw coming your way. It is one cut. One cut. Must be complete. Can't cut away, or those guys in the black and white stripes will come and say disqualification. So the saws are coming out. Have a look at these. We'll get them unwrapped. Now, to give you an idea how specialised these are, if you want to join the sport and you want to get to the top end, I'm going to suggest you budget around about $3,000 for one of these. Probably why you often see that they're looked after as well as their firstborn. If there's a hint of moisture, they've got them under cover and oiled, because if you breathe on them, they rust. Now, as I said, a 460mm block. The sawyers are allowed a 30 centimetre starting cut. And the reason we do that in STIHL TimberSports is to make sure that we keep a quick cut. Let's get our first two contestants onto the stage. It is Kyle Lemon from Rotorua and Nathan McDonald from Auckland. So Nathan will be over on stand number 2. That's the left-hand side as you look towards the big screen at the back of the stage. Kyle Lemon, the Rotorua police officer, will be on stand number 1. Some of the contestants love this discipline, some of them don't. But as far as New Zealand is concerned, we have been the most successful single sawyers on a world standard for many, many years. The likes of Jason Wynyard, who still holds the STIHL TimberSports world record for speed for this event. And of course will be coming up shortly. And the other one who's not with us this time is David McDonald, who really has been the king of the single saw, and not to discount Bobby Dowling either. So there's a few guys that really make the most of this, which is why the world fears New Zealand when there's a single saw in hand. So the judges are marking that 30 centimetres, not a millimetre more. Now another little bit of thing for your pub quiz when you get a question on wood chopping, and of course you will. We don't have chips that come out of the log, we have noodles. And as you see them fly, you'll understand why we call them noodles, not chips. Chips are for chopping and chainsaws, but these are a little bit different. So we're just going to clean off the stage. The objective here is to use the entire length of the saw and keep perfect rhythm, keep it straight. As soon as you go off straight, that saw will bend and stop. Massively aerobic, this event. They don't want to lose momentum or rhythm, because that makes it very, very difficult.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So here's the first bout. One on a pole, one on a push to get it started in their 30 centimetre cuttings. Starting cut. Nathan McDonald looks like he's got the edge on Kyle Lemon here as he comes through the first 50% of the block. Coming through to the base. Oh, he's cutting beautifully, Nathan McDonald. Must be a bit of the family genetics in that McDonald family on those single saws. Kyle Lemon got what seems to be a tougher block in the draw, but I don't know. It could be just the way it's going, and Kyle Lemon finishes out now.
Both cuts are good.
Good way to start. We'll get those times through in a second. Nathan McDonald looking like a pretty good start to the day. In fact, I'd say that as good as anything I've seen in a while. So we'll get those STIHL air brooms out there, those BGA 86s, available from your friendly STIHL shop, of course. One of the biggest range of air brooms and blowers that you can buy, whether they're the big commercial ones that they clean the streets of the cities with, or even the ones that you need just to do a very small garden in town. There is something for you, and because they are a modular battery system, once you've got that battery, everything's open to you that runs with the system, being it a hedge trimmer, a line trimmer, a chainsaw, and of course a lawnmower, and there are many more options in each of those particular series of battery products. So we'll farewell those from the stage. Okay, we'll get some saws onto the stage before we bring our contestants on. See if we can get you a time before that happens.
Well, refreshments, thank you very much, Craig Higgins. I'll do the same for you when you're commentating the speak share tomorrow afternoon and how good will that be? Almost as good as the dive trials now. What a beast. Look at it.
Great. Okay, time's just in, and I knew it was going to be quick. Nathan McDonald putting in a 14.40. Good start, but Kyle Lemon with a 24.63. So it's time to see our next two contestants. Let's welcome to the stage from Christchurch, it's Jesse Whitehead, and from Auckland, Jason Wynyard. So Jason Wynyard on stand number 2. That's on the left-hand side. As you look towards the back screen, Jesse Whitehead will be on 1. I can see that Tuatahi branding on those saws. Tuatahi working with STIHL at this event, providing 3 wonderful axes for the 3 grades over the Rural Games weekend. 2 have been given out, 1 to go. And there is nothing a sawyer or an axeman likes more than a brand new axe. And of course, if we're talking about Tuatahi, we had Grant Fawcett here telling us how they manufacture those axes and saws over in Masterton. An axe probably in finished condition for the top line in competition. You're looking somewhere around about the $800 mark, and as we mentioned with these crosscut saws, be prepared to fork out round about $3,000. And then of course you need to find a wizard to hone those cutters. Often they'll have one saw that is destined only to be used in finals such as we see now. So John Gower out there, one of our great helpers making this event today with the STIHL air broom, just clearing away the noodles from the starting cut that they've put in. So 30 centimetres that starting cut, 19 inches in the old bunny is the diameter of that Strobus pine log.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Right, let's see how this goes. We've got the world record still TimberSports holder on the stand number 2 with Jason Wynyard. Jesse Whitehead, he's going to make sure that he's going to stay in touch, but at the moment it's all Wynyard as we go through down to 66%. The 2/3 are through and she's gone. She's gone. Jesse Whitehead now, he's got a little bit of time. He needs to make sure he records a good time to go through the next round, and he does it. Let's hear a bit of a hand for these sawyers, ladies and gentlemen. Right, we know it's a 14.4 to beat from Nathan McDonald. We'll wait for those times to come and we'll be eager to see them.
Okay, both cuts are good.
That's what we want to hear. You can't get into the final rounds unless you record some times, and we got some times recorded, we do. And heat number 3 it is. Let's welcome to the stage from Adelaide, Bobby Dowling up against Shane Jordan from Stratford.
Look at that. Look at the control on those dogs.
On or in front of the line, mate.
On or this side of the line, Shane.
Leave it dogs under great control.
So just looking at that last heat, and we knew that Wynyard was quick, and he was at a 1:3.13. It is 0.48 seconds. Leading the way, Nathan McDonald's 14.40 from the first heat, now eclipsed, but we got 2 very fast Sawyers in now. So Bobby Dowling, a specialist single Sawyer from Southland, nowadays domiciled in Adelaide in South Australia. Great to have him back. We know that when the Aussies come back over here to compete in their national birthright competition, that they are serious to try and win the trophies. Shane Jordan, such an experienced campaigner at international level as well. He'd like to see that national title under his name as he saw a few years ago. So the starting cut's going in. Judges measuring, make sure not a millimetre more than the 30 centimetres that they are allowed. Now you will see they may run the saw and upside down just to get their line, to make sure they've got their straight line, because they, as I say, any deviation from straight going through the cut is going to cause the saw to bend or bow, which will pretty much stop the momentum in its tracks.
Come on, mate. Come on. Come on. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And go means go as these 2 competitors are off. Now let's have a look at Bobby Dowling. He's a specialist in this. But Shane Jordan making quick work on the far side there on stand number 2. As he gets down through the 2/3 mark, he's making good ground and puts it down on the ground momentarily before Bobby Dowling. Oh, that was a good matchup. As the noodles fly here in the STIHL TimberSports 2023 National Championship, we are into the single saw, the single buck competition. Now I can see the review is marked on the stage. That's that piece of yellow cloth that you can see down there. Been taken over for review. We'll wait and see. Neil Richardson, our judge from Australia, part of the exchange program we're using with international referees, having a good close look at that screen. Matt Hura standing up there waiting for the result, and of course Matt is also involved in the international exchange program only last week over in Adelaide.
Okay, both cuts are good.
Okay, so we're always pleased to see when the review ribbon goes out and it's ignored because everything's good. So that was Bobby Dowling and Shane Jordan. We'll get their times for you in a minute, but at the moment it's Jason Wynyard all the way with a 13.48 leading. But we've got 2 very good sawyers coming up for you next. Stand by, coming your way very soon.
Yep. On your call on him, like when you say, just give it, say you need half inch.
Now I was mentioning before all the details, the noodles, the diameter of the block, the type of saw, how much they are, where they come from. One of the things we didn't tell you is these saws have a nickname.
No worries.
And you can't really call it an affectionate nickname because it's what happens when things go wrong. And known right round the world, these crosscut saws are known as misery whips. And hopefully we won't see why. So the saws coming out for our next 2 contestants, or should we say the 2 misery whips are on their way out. If it goes wrong, it's $3,000 worth of misery. And I suppose you could call that value for money. So Norm Cherry and Shane Campbell out there bringing out the saws for our next 2 competitors. Again, without these guys in the grey shirts, there's no way that we can run a competition like this. All of the ones that you see are in the sport themselves and have come along here to the Manawatu to give us a hand to put this on stage for you. Oh, that means it's time to bring on our next two contestants. From Otorohonga, welcome to the stage, Chris Lord, and from Taumaranui, Jack Jordan. Well, we're just looking at those previous times there as we get ready for the next heat. That 13.48 from Jason Wynyard wasn't going to hold as Shane Jordan from Stratford puts through a 12.82 seconds to lead the field in the single saw. So we'll see now whether Jack Jordan, very prominent in the heats in every discipline so far, but so has been Chris Lord. These two really leading the way as we look at the points tallies as we go to this last heat in the single saw. And then we need to review all of the points again because we drop off more contestants as we go through to the springboard competition. So they might have a little bit in hand, but no one's going to be taking any chances, I can assure you.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So Jack Jordan on 2 on the left-hand side as you look towards the big screen. Now let's have a look at the pace. Look how they throw those big saws through the log. At the moment, I'm going to say Jack Jordan certainly got the upper hand as he goes through the 2/3 mark. 50% through there for Chris Lord, but oh boy, he just knocks that cookie off. Chris Lord needs to make sure he keeps it up, gets that through. Now, of course, they cannot break that off. That's one of the things the judges are looking for. Looks pretty clean from where I am, but they'll be having a close look at the rim on both cookies just to be sure. Oh, a little bit of a hang up there for Chris Lord right at the end. Unfortunate it was.
Okay, both cuts are good.
Righto, the judges are happy. So Chris Lord and Jack Jordan were recorded time. Let's have a look. See if it can be better than the 12.82 that was recorded by Shane Jordan 1 heat ago. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you saw the last heat there in the single saw. We got some times for you. And I'm pleased to say Jack Jordan with a 12.71 leads the field out of the single saw. He's been prominent all day and just leads his brother Shane Jordan at 12.82. So those are the first two. And then that 13.48 recorded by Jason Wynyard to take the third spot. So that's where we sit as we come out of the single saw. Stand by, we're just about to get ready for the springboard. It's going to take us a little bit to get these stands up, so just bide your time and we will be back with you very soon.
Then you finish there, Reese will get his poles.
Oh, you put that there for me. I'm down here with Chris Lord, who's had a very fantastic day actually, back in competition. A couple of seconds, you must be happy with those performances at least.
Yeah, it's been going pretty good, lucky with the wood draw, so yeah, just waiting on the springboard to see how that block comes out.
Talk me through the last one there, the single saw. It doesn't look like a nice discipline. Is it your favourite? Is it one of those ones where you're one of those competitors that just thrives in it?
No, it's I mean, it's got Misery Whip as a nickname for a reason, but yeah, I sort of have only really sort of started doing the single saw in the last couple of years, taking it up a bit more seriously as of part of this TimberSports, so that it's not in the standard wood shop all the time. So, but yeah, here at points it counts. So yeah, got to try and improve on it.
Absolutely, obviously going alongside Jack Jordan there, there's a very incredible heat. But can you talk me through your journey and how you got into TimberSports? I hear that your old man took it up too.
Yeah, so back in 2003 they started up, they called it a chopping school out in Waitemore. They had a group of guys that always helped set up the local sports day, and they decided to give them a go. I was about 8 at the time, so the old man started first, and by 9 I got an axe and I was away. He's since given up after cutting himself and doing a bit of administration, but by that time I was hooked, so that's how I got here.
I know your kids are here watching you compete too. Have they got an interest in it? I know they're very, very tiny, but they'd love to cheer you on.
Yeah, they both got axes, little tomahawks, and yeah, the young fella, he's running around. He's trying to get a bit of wood out the back so he can have a go.
Fantastic. I know the springboard's next. It's one to watch, certainly, if you're in the crowd or on the live stream. Make sure you come back and stay tuned for it, because it is certain you guys put on a show, and that's what's key to it. What's key to doing the springboard well?
Yeah, I mean, the springboard's always a crowd pleaser. It's a fast event and it's got a bit of altitude to it, so there's that little bit of danger element that everybody enjoys. But now the key is getting good pockets, cutting good board holes, and then you've got a good base to cut the top off.
Is it one that was a little bit terrifying when you first started getting into it? Is the sport terrifying when you first start getting into it, or is it more just, you know, you're attacking it, you're honing your craft, so it's more enjoyable?
Yeah, I mean, I started young, so it's sort of young with no fear, so it sort of worked out good for me. But definitely, yeah, with old people coming in, they're always worried about chopping their feet. But the thing with our sport is if you're doing something right, then you won't cut yourself. It's when you've moved your foot in the wrong location, that's when accidents happen.
Essentially, if you're a kid in the crowd and you haven't developed your frontal lobe yet, maybe you'll be up for giving it a shot. But anyway, hey, look forward to seeing you back in action in the springboard, and all the best for it.
Awesome, thank you.
So if you're joining us here at the STIHL TimberSports big stage up in front of the cenotaph here in the square in Palmerston North, this is the fine art of setting up the springboard competition, where we essentially grow some trees in the middle of the stage ready for our athletes to conquer. Now I'm going to give a bit of a shout out because you can see all these guys that are struggling away out here in the sun to get these very large pieces of timber into their collective stands and to get them ready for the competition. Now these guys are in the sport themselves. They've come along here to give us a hand, and I'm going to give a shout out to all of them. So we've got Norm Cherry, Shane Campbell, Grant Feast, John Gower, Reese Guscott, Ben McLennan and Bruce Liddington. Those are our deck crew. Everyone give them a really big round of applause, please. There is absolutely no way you can run a competition like this and entertainment like this without these guys doing the work that they do. And of course, when you're working in the hot tropical sunshine of the Manawatu, just makes it that fraction more difficult as the sweat runs off and the sunburn bites in. So these stands fabricated by Shane Campbell, has even got gaiters to fit around the bottom of them. Absolutely wonderful job. So once we've got these poles in place, got them secured, then we will bring out the blocks that are going to fit up on top of them and also the boards that we go up, and then we will give you a bit of an explanation. You'll have to use that imagination again, that forestry imagination, and we'll describe to you what is involved with the springboard competition.
But what a great display you put on, man and woman and dog here this afternoon at the Palmerston North Square. Thank you very much. Thank you for organising it and bringing the lambs all the way over from Dandenong.
Yeah, thanks. We just love being here. It's great promotion for your sport. And I'd just like to acknowledge the skill. Girls might have come second, but I have to say
She won the run of the day. Joe, just come over here. Where is my job? All the competitors, Joe, your final run with the 200 weights, 94 out of 100. You've nearly got it back for the win. That was a fantastic effort. Beautiful goal. So well. Okay, right, that wraps it from the gold throw. I see the government throwing, the egg throwing is about to happen as well. So that wraps it from the gold throw.
Rightio, we're just getting set on day 2 of the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games for the New Zealand. This is a national championship we're going to witness here at Palmerston North. At around 2 o'clock, it's the gumboot throwing. We've got the team here with Ty Harris, Kelly, studying the form yesterday with the college students, Wiggy. Can come out of the crowd. Ultimately win the event and end up in the Worlds of Italy.
Yeah, dead right. There's been a few competitions around the country as well to get to here. Julie and I were at the Christchurch show, the AFB show down there in the South Island contingent. They were throwing in some really strong people here, but I see a few of the South Islanders here, Kirby. There was some pretty handy people down there.
Let me ask you again, are you ready for the 20 teams? Let's get them on stage!
The team relay is a very special event, and the knockout system is like you battle through it, and it's just amazing, just amazing.
When you look at STIHL TimberSports, this is the Olympics of STIHL TimberSports. that doesn't motivate you, then there's something wrong.
Oh, he's broken the axe handle. He's got to move over and get the other axe.
You know, the more teams, the higher the stakes, the bigger the glory.
Our team's that strong. We don't fear nobody. I reckon they all worry about us.
Felixia Bank on the stock side for Denmark, and she's almost a second faster than Hungary.
That's a very proud moment for me to stand here and represent the women and hopefully kick in the door and allow more women to be a part of the teams.
It's going to be very close between Canada and Poland. Oh, it's Canada! Just by about 2 strokes. The team can smell blood in the water as he's cut it down.
We finished every other places on the podium except the top mark, and I think it would be something that we've been striving for a long time.
100% New Zealand wants to win.
2 more drivers should do it, 1 more, and the block is down. When it comes to how they swing the single buck set. And now moving over to Nathan Hodges. It looks like it's going to be Australia. 2 more drivers should do it for Glenn Gillam. Nate Hodges playing catch up, but it's not there. Australia does it, the time of 53:24.
Yeah, it was a fantastic competition. It was the fastest all day, and you know, we just love chopping wood and winning gold medals, and it worked out perfectly.
The World Championship is the pinnacle of STIHL TimberSports. Yeah, I think it's overdue for another win.
I'm sure I'm good enough to win.
If you're not here to win it, you probably shouldn't be here.
And just narrowing in on 20.63. Brad DeLosa with the time of the day so far.
You know, I've got to wore the armband for Martin Comrack tonight.
What can I tell you? This event is now become part of my deoxyribonucleic acid, my DNA. It's absolutely fantastic.
Jason hat 9 Titel und das beeindruckt alle auf der Welt.
He's definitely, I think, inspiring a lot of our generation in the sport to stay alive in it and to keep going, even when things do get rough.
I don't think that's in my mindset that I couldn't win. It's always been in me to want to be the best in the sport.
The audience went bananas. Whoa. Wait a minute. The adjustment has just been made, and it looks like we now have a new world record with Marcel Dupuis.
And here comes the champion. He's done it again. Representing Australia, the one and only Brad DeLosa.
All the Australian team, still Australia, and everybody's been really right behind me. So it's a real honour to take it out.
Welcome to Vienna, Austria. We are here for the World Trophy 2022, and this is what it looks like.
Check it out.
In round 1, Brad DeLosa wins his heat without a battle due to an injury of his opponent in the time trials. In Heat 2, Koen Martens from Belgium kicks out the local hero Armin Kugler. After a good start at the stocks off for both of them, the Austrian had major problems on the underhand chop. It took me 6 hits until the first piece of wood fell from the block. Normally at this frequency it should be halfway through already. There was just no flow at all. Jack Jordan from New Zealand is up against wildcard winner Jack Argent from Australia. After a strong performance with a new personal best of 58.39, Jordan advances to the next round. In Heat 4, it's the Netherlands versus Sweden. Emil Hansson keeps his nerves and takes the victory with a new personal best. After a strong performance in the first 3 disciplines for Jason Lentz and Danny Martin, it's all down to the standing block chop. In a close finish, it's Lentz who takes the win. The German is nevertheless satisfied with his result.
Jetzt so eine Zeit zu setzen,
Beating a time like this shows that I have even more potential to get ahead in the game. For Ferry Swan, it looks like elimination. After mistakes on the underhand, he's clearly behind, but he keeps his nerves and comes back.
Ooh, look at this, it's going to be a catch-up game. Swan is right there with him. Darga is already on the standing block chop. Swan right behind him. This is so close, coming down to the wire here. And it looks like it might be Darga as he's going for some huge drivers to try and get it through. It's going to be Swan or is it going to be Darga? It's going to be Swan! Unbelievable!
What an unbelievable comeback from the Swede, taking the win against Marcin Darga from Poland. In the next heat, it's Canada versus Czech Republic. Both athletes getting off to a good start. In the end, the decision is made at the standing block chop. Marcel Dupuis with the better performance, taking the win from Martin Kalina. In the last heat of the top 16, it's Michal Dubicki who can secure the last spot in the quarterfinals. After a solid performance, the European Trophy winner from 2021 takes the win against the Frenchman Pierre Puy-Barret. We are ready for the finals. This is heat number 1.
Which is Delosa against Martins.
Go! Great start by both of them. Wow, Brad Delosa so smooth and quick through that block. The lead now really goes to Brad Delosa. Now keep a close eye on what Delosa's doing here.
There it is.
And there it is. The drops the block at 1:02.02, and he improves his time once again.
The second heat for the quarterfinals is Hansson from Sweden going up against Jack Jordan.
Look at the speed of the axe by Jack Jordan, though, here. And this is going to be maybe the catch-up position for Jack Jordan.
Oh,
Hansson steps down. Oh,
Hansson
no. That could be a big problem because he swung the axe with a foot on the ground, and that may be a DQ for Hansson. And it is coming close to the line here as the Swede is swinging hard. Jack Jordan is coming close. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Jordan or Hansson. It's going to be Jordan. Oh, my God! How close was that? But wait a minute. Let's see if there is a flag on the play because of that step down and swing.
Unfortunately, we have a disqualification for chopping the block with 1 foot on the floor. So the winner is Jack Jordan.
Heat 3 in the quarterfinal. This is Lentz against Swan.
Go! Oh, slow start by Ferry Swan. Lentz going for a thin cookie up front. He's got the lead already, heading over to the underhand chop. Ferry Swan coming to catch up with him now. Lentz is now moving this off through. Very smooth, very clean, but here comes Ferry Swan. Looks like it might be close to catch up here. Lentz is such a big, strong man. This is absolutely his decision, and it's his to take home. And Ferry Swan has just beaten his personal best as well at 1:01.04.
Okay, the winner is Jason Lentz.
We've got one place left in the semi-final, and that'll either go to Marcel Dupuis from Canada or Michal Dubicki.
Dubicki with a massive lead now halfway through his cookie on the single buck. And Marcel Dupuis finally joins him, but it's a massive lead now. And here, watch Dubicki. Oh yeah, it's going to be one more driver for Dubicki. There you go. And he is done.
I was playing catch up the whole time and taking chances, and it didn't work out for me.
Heat number 1 in the semi-finals. It is the favourite, Brad Delosa, going up against Jack Jordan. 2 Antipodeans going up against each other.
Both of them move over to the other side of their block pretty much at the same time. Jack Jordan doing a great job to keep up, and now, yeah, just a little piece that needs to be broken away for Jack Jordan as he saw that there was still some wood left and needed to make that cutaway. And now Delosa in a discipline where he's absolutely the master, but Jack Jordan has been so solid on the chopping disciplines. Let's see who's going to be the winner of this one. Is going to be Jack Jordan or Brad Delosa. Delosa's coming close to finishing it off. Jack Jordan's looking like he's got it. Jack Jordan's done it. Jack Jordan beat Delosa.
Yeah, so it's very disappointing not to get through to the final again, but yeah, I'll have to settle for the bronze.
Second semi-final, Heat 2, which is Jason Lentz from the United States going up against Dubicki from Poland.
And that gives the advantage to Dubicki, but Lentz is very good with the single buck as he gets going. Big long strokes from the big man from the USA. Oh, wow! dead even drop for both of those cookies as they move to the standing block chop. And as we've seen all day long, this could be the closest heat of the day as the time is just passing 1 minute. Both of these guys looking a bit tired here, but it's going to be Lenz.
Wow, another incredibly close one. We've got the third place playoff, the so-called small final. That will be between Brad DeLosa and Mikkel Dubicki.
So we know that DeLosa is so strong with that single buck, and now he moves over to the standing block chop. A little bit of a pause by Dubicki there. The distinct advantage goes to DeLosa here as he is just doing his absolute utter best to get that thing off. And he does it. DeLosa's got third place on the podium.
There they are, our two finalists for today.
This is what we've been waiting for all day long today. Now, on the other hand, but Jack Jordan's been really good on the chopping disciplines all day long today. Let's see if he can make a difference here against Jason Lenz on the right-hand side of the stage. Jack Jordan looking good. Jason Lenz getting close. Jack Jordan's through, moving over to the single buck. And so is Jason Lenz. Jason Lenz absolutely relentless. Jack Jordan gets to the standing block chop just ahead of Jason. Jason knows he's got to really work hard here, and this is the advantage for Lenz now on that standing block. But Jack Jordan's moved over to the other side ahead of Jason Lenz. It's going to be Jack Jordan taking this one down today. It's going to be a close one, and it's going so quickly here for Jack Jordan. Jason Lenz coming hard from the back end. One more driver, and it's going to be Jack Jordan. He is your new champion in the trophy format. Unbelievable, fantastic event by the Kiwi. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's awesome. That's awesome. Real good. It's been a while since we've been overseas competing, and to compete in front of a crowd, bloody great, yeah.
What an amazing day here at the World Trophy 2022 in Vienna, Austria. Fantastic event, great action. It's been really awesome.
Auf Wiedersehen.
He's a contemporary, are you? Good, we've got a contemporary.
Yeah. We had the same problem when we were here last time. Yeah.
Well, good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We all here? Is everyone here? No one's missing. That's what I want to hear. Now, we're going to get to the next discipline here in STIHL TimberSports 2023 as we start to get towards the back end, the business end of the National Championship. So our next discipline is called the springboard. Now, I'm sure there's a few people out here who follow wood chopping know what a springboard competition involves, but I'm going to bet on it there's a fair few that don't as well, but you're here for a good time and some great entertainment, and that's what's coming your way, as well as some pretty stern competition. These guys are serious. springboard competition. Now I want you to use your imagination a little bit here. I want you to imagine this as being a tree in the forest. In this case, that tree happens to be 2.74 metres high. Don't ask me why it's 0.74. We're a German company. What do you expect? It's got to be absolutely accurate. Actually, it's probably a little bit more that it comes from being originally an imperial measurement that's been converted. Up on top of there is a block. It's 270 millimetres in diameter. Now, we've got to get up to there, but we've got a problem with these trees in the forest, and that is that at the base of the trees, there are buttressed roots. And if you have an axe, because at this stage Mr. Stihl hasn't invented the chainsaw yet, that's coming in 1926, but before that you can't cut the tough stuff at the bottom. It's simply too hard, knotted, buttressed. So you need to get above it into the clear wood. And how do you do that? You use springboards. So if you have a look around, you can see the springboards that are around here. These are usually made of cedar, some are made of poplar, some of American basswood. They're made so they've got a little bit of springiness to them, particularly if it's a lighter competitor. If it's a heavier competitor, you'll find they've got a really solid board so it doesn't move too much. What they need to do is put the board into the tree so they can climb up on it and get to another level. So problem number one, how do you get the board into the tree? What you do is you cut a pocket. And if you look at some of these trees, you can see they've already marked with a crayon. That is called the pocket. At best, 4 hits. No chip in the back, a really good wedge shape in the back, so that the tip, this bit here, they call it the clip. Looks like a big paper clip, cast iron. That can go into that pocket and hold that board on a nice angle. Flat, a little bit high, not so good if it's a little bit low. You're going to find out how well they go in. That means that those pockets have to be extremely accurate. Once he's put that in, first board, and he's going to get up on it, then he needs to put another pocket in while he's on this first board. And that pocket needs to be positioned so that he's in the right spot to hit the block on top, because he's already marked that. Those blocks were drawn, luck of the draw, any knots, any bad fibre, but he needs to be in the right place so he hits it in exactly the right place. So there's a bit of science in this. Second pocket goes in, has to be as good as the first one, possibly a little bit better, because you're up at 2.74 metres. So if you haven't got a head for heights, not so good. If you're not too good at balancing, even worse. But if you got it in the wrong spot, you're not going to get a good time. Get up on top of there and attack that block on top. That's cutting the tree down. So you're getting up there to get into the clear wood to cut the tree down. They will hit from one side. You can see the crayon marks. They've already put a very big scarf, up to about 3/4 of the way through the diameter. They will cut that through. That's the good bit. This is all while they're bouncing around at 2.74 metres above the ground, trying to swing an axe as hard as they can. When they've finished their first side, they need to cut the back, which means they're going to have to turn around and almost use a backhand motion, what they call slashing strokes. Most of them will come from the top down as they take the wood out of the back of the block. When it's severed, we stop the time, and then we find out who the highest point scorers are. Now, there's more points on this round than there are on any of the rounds that have gone before. So this is starting to get, as I said, into the business end. So that's the springboard. You remember all that? Everyone got it? Excellent. Right, let's get some competitors on. And first up in the Springboard National Champion still TimberSports, let's welcome to the stage from Rotorua, Kyle Lemon, and from Auckland, Nathan McDonald.
It's all right. Yep. We've got 60 seconds. There's 60 seconds. Yeah. Standard ease, guys. your board, Nathan?
I think we have a female winner right now. What's your name? I'm just standing in the shadow. Did you expect today that you would become the best woman in the country at Rick Robin? Some good feeling in that? How are you selling?
Yeah. Glass house, bro.
Oh, it's only still 3, sorry. I'll give you 30 seconds from now.
Cool. We're just looking for Ben McManus. Ben was one of the stars earlier on. I think he's got himself under the field. So Ben, you just need to make yourself known to the organisers, which is going to be up at around 2 o'clock. There he is.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And away on the first pocket, Kyle Lemon, Nathan McDonald. Let's look at the number of hits. Nice and low there for Kyle. He's managed to get that first board in nice and quickly, but Nathan McDonald, he's about a blow in behind as far as the second pocket goes. Working away this side, Kyle Lemon, accurate on the first one. First board, very good. They want to get it as flat as they can. Maybe a little bit of lift towards the back as far as angle goes. Kyle Lemon puts the board in, tests it, hops up, nice and quick. Nathan McDonald up on his board as well as he approaches the block. Checks the weight on the back, he's happy with it. Away go the chips off the top block. Very, very close competition so far between Kyle Lemon and Nathan McDonald. Both working away as much of the wood as they can out of that first scarf. They'll go about 3/4 of the way through. If they're really going to take a risk, go 7/8. What they can't do is go all the way through. As the chips fly underneath the hot Manawatu sun, Kyle Lemon first on the turn to take the wood out of the back. Puts in a couple of laterals before he puts in the top slashes. Straight into the vertical shots from Nathan McDonald. But it is the Rotorua police officer who shows us how it's done. Great work there by Kyle Lemon, and Nathan McDonald knows what could have been as he puts the block down onto the ground. Takes a lot of skill, a lot of muscle, and I tell you what, a lot of bottle as well to be able to get up there and do that. And you can almost see the amount of effort that's been put in as Nathan McDonald now gets down on the boards, pulls them out. We'll do a little bit of clearing away some debris, get some times for you. Let the judges have a look at the form to make sure everything is done appropriately as we head towards Heat 2 in this penultimate round here in the STIHL TimberSports 2023 National Championship.
Are we getting the crew to take their X's off? No, they can do that. Yep.
An injury.
Come in, Nate.
Okay, both cuts are good.
That's what we want to see. Nice clean sheet as we start through our first heat. I'll have those times for you shortly as well. So that was Kyle Lemon from Rotorua and from Auckland Nathan McDonald. They were our first two up. And of course they've been accumulating points all day, but there's more points available on the springboard, so very important that they do well. Right, we've got the first times to hand. Kyle Lemon putting a 1:06.68, so just over that minute mark. Nathan McDonald just a little bit back at 1:15.48. Now just a little bit of snippet of information about the springboard competition. There is a limit of the time that can be used up to actually complete, which is 2 minutes 30 is maximum time. We would expect to see the times coming down to around about the 1 minute mark, but we know that in the world records, and I think it's held by Sterling Hart of Canada right at the moment, you're coming down well below a minute. So the opportunities are there, and we have one very good springboarder in our midst too that will be up next. So stand by. Good action coming for you here in our penultimate discipline in the 2023 STIHL TimberSports Open National Championship.
Yep, good mate.
So let's get him on stage. From Christchurch, it's Jesse Whitehead, and from Auckland, Jason Wynyard.
Rightio, we're getting ready for the New Zealand Championship gumboot throwing competition. Thanks to STIHL, we thank them for their continued involvement in this spectacular event. Big crowd here in day 2 of the Ford Range of New Zealand Rural Games here at the Square, Palmerston North. Thanks for coming along. You're going to be entertained. We've got the guys and the girls warming up. This is for a national title. They can stick it on their CV if they haven't got it on there already. National gumboot throwing champion of New Zealand.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And away we go. Heat number 2 in the springboard competition. It's Jesse Whitehead up against Jason Wynyard first up on the board, as I would have anticipated. Jesse Whitehead, this is his specialist event. This is the one he loves. Jason Wynyard also very fond of the springboard, but not as fond of it as Jesse Whitehead as the second board goes in. And it's a good board too. Gets up, places his foot on the back of the board, gives it a bit of a test. Second pocket in, going in from Jason Wynyard, but it's all Jesse Whitehead as we look across the stage now as he clears out the wood on the near side as he will work across to the far side next. Second board going in for Jason Wynyard. Gets up, tests the weight, puts his foot on the back. He's happy with it, gets ready for the block. Now this is where Jason Wynyard has the opportunity to catch up, being a heavier man and the bigger chopper of the two, but at the moment it's all Jesse Whitehead. He clears out most of the wood on the front side. He's going to be thinking about the turn very soon, as he does right now. Turns his feet. Jason Wynyard still got the work to do, cutting out the face of his block, but it's Jesse Whitehead. He's just steadies himself on top of the block as he gets a bit of a wobble. At that height above the ground, it's 2.74 metres. Remember, there's a fair bit of air that's going to move. Jason Wynyard, he's still working. He's got an opportunity here. Jesse Whitehead just taking his time to get that block, and it's starting to move now, and he knows it's going to be close, but it's not yet, but it is, but it is, but it is. It's gone. Jason Wynyard, he's got to keep the time up and finishes it off not too far behind. That was a valiant effort by Wynyard. He was a wee way behind on that second ball, but caught a lot up once he got up on top. Now there's a lot on the line in these competitions. Now we're at the business end and they're trying to accrue the points. We need to see our representatives. First we need to get to the national championship and find out who our champions are. But once we head past that point, we are heading to Europe for a number of competitions, including this one, the individual open, the women's, the rookies, and of course the World Trophy, which New Zealand is the current holder of through Jack Jordan. Let's have a look to see what Matt Hura, our referee, has to say.
Okay, both cuts are good.
There we've got it. We've got the times will be recorded, so we've got to beat a 1:06.68 recorded in the first heat by Kyle Lemon. I think we're going to do that. We'll just have to wait to see what the time actually is. So now we're going to have a little bit of a break and a little bit of a reset because we've got to get those broken blocks off the top and get the next set of 4 up for the final 2 heats. So stay with us, don't go too far. Enjoy yourself basking here in this wonderful Manawatu sunshine in the Square, Palmerston North. Great to be back here after a couple of years, unable to do it last year, of course. A few things that got in the way of just about everything that we tried to do in this country, but it's great to be back here right now.
Just keep an eye on those There's still a couple of board crews, one right at the front, one to Mike.
Now, of course, I'm sure you all know this, but the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games have been putting some effort into supporting those on the East Coast, Coromandel and Northland, to get themselves back into a state of normality after the terrible cyclones. Not only Cyclone Gabrielle, but I can tell you now that hail that came before it did a fair amount of damage, particularly into the hill country in Hawke's Bay, and there's a lot of work to do. So great work from the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games on their support for that particular effort. Now we've got some times to hand from the last heat. Jesse Whitehead recording a 1 minute 17.6 and Jason Wynyard recording a 1:22.68. So it means that Kyle Lemon with that 1:06.68 still leading the field. So we get the next of the blocks all set up ready for the second set of heats in the springboard competition. Don't go away too far. There's going to be plenty of action coming up once we get those up. And so there's a little bit of building work required to get this particular event ready to go. A little bit like a great meal. It takes a heck of a long time to get it going, but it's absolutely fantastic and disappears in a short time when it's consumed.
She now finds herself at the New Zealand Young Bull Throwing Championship for the first time. Nothing wrong with that for first time. Got a dad lining up in the men's event a bit later on, so just show Dad a thing or two here. Show him how to do it. Two good throws there, the scatter up Gumbo. Third and final throw for Rebecca. Well, that's pretty solid, I say. Well done. Awesome effort. Three good boots. Which one will they pick? Two. Just going to double check. Number 2 goes a bit further. One more to go in the first round for the women. That'll wrap up the first round for the ladies. Oh, there we go. Getting one up there. That's her best. Wind didn't seem to affect it. We'll wait to see what the measure is.
She was one of the people nominated last night for the Royal Sports Award as Women's New Zealand Best Woman, and it was a great night there last night.
Oh, look, I tell you what, Wiggy, I've been to a lot of awards dinners, and honestly, not missing anyone's pocket. It was the best I've ever been to. It was fantastic. Great night out, great food, just great stories, and the people were involved in Royal Sports. Can't say enough about it.
And you've had 500 wins plus in your career as a harness racing driver. You're based up here in Cambridge area, and every week you're a harness racing driver. It means a lot to get behind some of these animals, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. You know, I've done my time, and you know, as I say, the harder you work, yes, but had a great life, and lots of success, which has been good, and Steve Wonder is
nice one, mate. I'm good, mate.
Let's get our next two contestants on here in heat number 3 in the springboard competition. Let's welcome, he's a Southlander, but he's domiciled in Adelaide, Bobby Dowling. And from Stratford, Shane Jordan.
Athletes, ready. Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go.
Right, if you've been with us, you know the story that the pockets need to go in first. They need to be accurate, and they need to be nice and clear of chip in the back. First one up on the board, Shane Jordan, as Bobby Dowling works away at his first pocket. Still not happy with it. Second pocket going in here from Shane Jordan, the man from Stratford. Been part of the New Zealand team for a long time. Been our national champion and represented us in Europe. Bobby Dowling just not getting his axe to strike as he gets his first board in, but it's all Shane Jordan at the moment. And the second board looks like a goodie as well. takes the axe up and addresses the block. First hit goes in. Starting to take the wood out into the centre. Comes in near side. Bobby Dowling, second pocket. Needs to make a good one. He's got a little bit of work to do to catch up. But at the moment, huge chips coming out here from Shane Jordan. He's come here, he means business. Puts in those drivers, those semi-drivers into the back. He can't be too far away from the turn. Bobby Dowling now puts his axe up, grabs the second board, puts it in. He is hoping above anything that's going to be a good one, but it's all Shane Jordan. And really, he did most of the work in the front. Very well placed. A very well placed block on top of that springboard for Shane Jordan. Had it worked out to get as much wood gone in the front as he could, so he minimised the amount of work he had to do on the rather awkward backhand side of the block. But at the moment, it is the Southlander, Bobby Dowling. He's over in Australia. He's come back over specifically for this event. A single Sawyer, that's his stock and trade. So the springboard, probably not his favourite one, but he's starting to make some good time up now from some slow pockets on the way up the pole. Comes in far side, clears out the wood. Still got a little bit to clear. Little bit of a stick, starting to breathe hard, doing everything he can. He's absolutely got his toes gripped into that board so it doesn't move any further and keeps him up in position. Getting near the last shots in the front. He's going to be ready for the turn any second now. He knows that he needs to get as much clear as he can into a nice point. Starting to look nice and narrow now as he makes the decision, makes the turn on the board. Comes down, strokes it down, comes in a little bit high. Now he's got it in the right position, and it's gone. There we have it, Bobby Dowling, everyone. Just have a look at those two athletes. You can tell how much and how hard it is to actually get up there and do that. So the judges have had a look. Matt Hure is standing at the front of the stage. He's going to get Bobby up there with him in a second, and we'll see whether everything has been done to standard.
Okay. Both cuts are good.
There we go. We've got good quality. The times are going to go through. All we need to know now is what those times are. At the moment, it's Kyle Levin from Rotorua leading with a 106.68. Fastest time to beat. We would expect to see these go down past that minute mark. Shane Jordan, very efficient in that last heat. I'm going to be very interested to see what that time looks like. But we just have to wait just a little bit longer as the judges and the timekeepers do their thing. Okay, from the last heat, we've got a time for you. Shane Jordan, he looked quick, and he was quick too. Takes the highest spot here in the springboard. with a 1:01.95. So ladies and gentlemen, it's Shane Jordan leads through this discipline. Right, 2 to go. 2 to go in the springboard. And then we're going to make some noise with the hot saws. If you've never seen these before, you want to make sure you stay around. They are the dragsters of the chainsaw world. If you're a little bit of a petrol head, just a little bit, you're going to enjoy it. But before we get there, we've got a heat to go in this fantastic springboard discipline. So last adjustments being made. Now as you see, we have to reuse the poles. So they've already got some pockets cut in them, and you might think that you could cheat a little bit and maybe put your board into an existing pocket, or maybe even cut into an existing pocket just to perfect it for your board. Well, you can't do that. The judges are looking out. If you cut into an existing pocket, that is an immediate disqualification. So they always have to be recut for every round. So last adjustments made, just put some placeholders into the stage that stops the boards moving around while they're cutting their pockets. It's time to welcome to the stage from Otorohanga, Chris Lord, and he will be up against Jack Jordan from Tau Maranui. So Jack Jordan heads over onto stand number 4. That's the one on the left-hand side of the stage as you look towards the big still TimberSports screen. Chris Lord. 2 world champions in front of you in still TimberSports. Chris Lord in the rookies in 2019, and of course Jack Jordan last year in the Champions Trophy. We have some very good talent in this country, and they're here right now ready to do this springboard.
Athletes ready. Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Right, it's all about accuracy, more than brute force when it comes to putting the pockets in. Absolutely perfect pocket by number of blows for Jack Jordan on 4, showing the form why he is the current world champion. Places in the second pocket, brushes away, a little bit of a chip in the way, but he's got a very good board. Chris Lord now on that second pocket as well, doing a little bit of catch up, but it's Jack Jordan gets the second clip in, looks like it's holding well. Little bit of downward slope's going to create a few problems for him here. He's going to have to get his work done. Chris Lord making sure his second pocket is going to be a goodie. But it looks like that clip's holding in the pocket there for Jack Jordan as he clears out the front of that. See if he does the same as his brother Shane. Takes as much wood out as he possibly can to lessen the duty for when he turns onto the back end on a board that really doesn't want to play ball. Chris Lord, he's got a wonderful flat board in all directions as he starts his climb onto that last block. But it's Jack Jordan. He's not worrying about what's happening underfoot. 2 blows and she's all gone. You'd say that's how it's done. Very good recovery. Even though the board was on a little bit on a downward slope, the pocket was good, which means the clip held in no matter what was going to happen, and he was confident that it would too. So Chris Lord, he needs to keep the time up. He's got some points he needs to accrue. Turns to the back now. The man from Otorohanga, the Rookies Champion 2019, the inaugural champion for New Zealand. He's been performing all very well through here, and he's done it. Catches the block, steadies himself. What a finish. Okay, so the judges have had a bit of a look at the blocks, make sure everything is good as gold. We'll wait to see. Matt Hur's about to tell us.
Okay, both cuts are good.
There we go. All the way through, clear. We've just got to see what the times are at the moment. Shane Jordan with that 1:01.95. Can younger brother Jack bring that down just a little bit further? We are about to find out. Time not too far away. Right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't go too far because the sheer madness that is Hot Saws is coming up next. I know we've just seen Springboard, which for some of us is our favourite, certainly the favourite to view, but there are a lot out there that like the Hot Saws and they're not too far away. If you've got the young'uns with you, just make sure that they put their fingers in their ears. It's going to get a little bit loud once we get going. So a little bit of a clear up to do, and then we're back racing. Well, I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, he's been on form all the way through today's competition, but Jack Jordan of Taumaranui took the top spot in the Springboard with 58.23 seconds.
Well, the man who has so far won every single event so far today is absolutely crushing it, is Jack Jordan. Jack, congratulations. Talk me through the Springboard there, because it didn't necessarily look like it was super solid at the top.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that top Springboard was sort of sagging a bit, so it makes it hard to cut that top, but must have got away with it in the end. I was pretty worried, pretty nervous there. Not a huge fan of the old Springboard, but yeah, didn't go too bad. So
when you are dominating the day so far, as you have been, you know, does it make it harder, especially coming into something perhaps like the Hot Saw?
No, you can't get ahead of yourself, I suppose. Anything can happen in any of the events, especially the Hot Saw. Like, you just got to make a good cut and try your best, I suppose. Anything can happen on the day, though. Yeah.
What was running through your mind before that Springboard event? Because I did see you were a little bit nervous.
Yeah, I was pretty nervous there. Like, I just wanted to beat a few of the other guys in that. And I'm probably not real good at the old Springboard. That I'm quite often the old board sag like that, but got away with it. So yeah.
Obviously, as well, you'd watched your brother Shane take out top spot before you got on there as well. How good is he going? You know, the two of you so far are taking the top spot on the podium.
Yeah, no, it's real good. It's real good to be able to compete with your brother like that. Like if I don't win, you know, hopefully he wins. It's it's great.
Talk me through the Hot Saw event though, because I know that you've been modifying. Do you guys share a Hot Saw, yourself and Shane?
We did last year, but now I've bought my own one now, so we've got our own this year, so hopefully it works out all right.
Oh, so it is a bit of a battle of the brothers when it comes to the Hot Saw then?
Yeah, for sure. All day it is, yeah. Yep.
Fantastic. Well, all the best for it.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, we have a fantastic crowd down here today, and I have Jacob, who is a new TimberSports fan. Are you a new fan?
Yeah, I'm definitely a new fan.
What do you like about it? What's exciting about it?
Just seeing the people just go bam, bam, bam onto the wood really hard.
So the one with the axe more so than the chainsaws?
Yeah, probably the ones with the axes. They're more like, because it's more satisfying to see them come off.
Very nice. What about giving it a go? Would you give it a go?
Yeah, I definitely want to give it a go.
Fantastic. Well, we've got up next, we have the hot saw, which is like a modified chainsaw. Have you ever seen that in action before?
No, I haven't actually.
So you'll stick around?
Yeah, probably.
Fantastic. How good is that? Well, when they're inspiring the next generation to get involved, it's perfect. Nice one, Jacob. Enjoy.
Not too far away from the ultimate discipline here in the 2023 STIHL TimberSports National Championship. This is the open day yesterday. We had the rookies and we had the women's competition. Congratulations go to Ann Patterson for winning the women's competition. And for the second time, Cleveland Cherry from Tokoroa took out the rookies competition. They will be heading to Rotterdam in the Netherlands in May to represent New Zealand and hopefully and likely bring us home the silverware. To keep our friends from across the Tasman away from the silverware is always a major thing. There are over 20 countries competing STIHL TimberSports worldwide, and they all turn up to those events. And to see New Zealand, and I guess I could say Australia, always find their way to the top is quite astounding. It always seems that we travel all the way across the world to bring everything back. So one of these days, STIHL TimberSports World Championship must come to Australasia in some form. And we are all looking forward to it, and we will continue lobbying on your behalf as fans of the sport. So we're just setting up now for the hot saw. The competitors, as you've seen in match races all day, we won't do that. We'll be running them through one at a time. There are triple points on the hot saw. So if you are sitting in third or fourth overall in the points tally over all of the disciplines we've had today, you have the opportunity to go to the top, and it has happened in the past. It can be winner takes all in this particular discipline. We have a 460 millimetre block that you can see in front there of Strobus pine. That is what we're going to be cutting. They're going to have to take 3 cuts on it. And they're going to take those 3 cuts. If everything goes well, it can be done in under 6 seconds. So if you're watching, don't blink because you're going to miss it. Part of the competition is you've actually got to start the saw. It's not like the stock saw earlier in the day where it's idling benignly at your feet. It is sitting there silent when the starter says go. You have to reach down, pull the machine over, get it up, and make your 3 cuts. And one of those is from underneath. So I said, if you're a little bit petrol head, this is going to appeal to you. If you're a little bit timber sports, this is going to appeal to you a lot. So we haven't got one of the saws here to show you yet. Hopefully we're going to get one out here so we can have a quick run through as to what the weaponry involved actually is for the hot saw competition. So 460 mil, that's 19 inches in the old money. We got those 2 screens there, just in case. Always best to have a little bit of extra protection when you're working around with something as magnificent as these machines. Oh, just in front. So Shane Campbell has just bought out one of these beasties. And you can call them that because you cannot go to your friendly STIHL shop and buy one of these. It might have STIHL written on the guide bar, but you can't go and buy one of these. If you want to race one of these, first you have to have your ticket in TimberSports, but you have to make it yourself. In all cases, these machines were something else that gave up its life to become a hot saw. In this particular case, in this event, if we look down the field, they either started as high-performance Honda 2-stroke motocross motorbikes or as Rotax-powered schemobiles. The Rotax Skidoo, many of them have given up their life to become chainsaws for STIHL TimberSports. So everything is fabricated. The machine starts as either one cylinder out of the twin. You can hear the mating call going on out the back there right now. They make it, they fabricate the crankcase, the power takeoff to drive the bar and chain. They have special chains with a very high lift cutter, 0.404 for those that know saw chain. All of the parts tend to come from something else. There's a little bit of STIHL on this one, mainly the fuel tank and the trigger assembly, but everything else has been fabricated and made. They don't have a cooling system. They don't need one. We only want to see them operating for under 10 seconds, and I said if everything goes well, under 6, and if you're on world record form, you're talking 5. 5 seconds. Count that in your head. They're going to cut through this block 3 times in that time. So these things are something very, very special. Now, as I mentioned, the machine is not idling when you start. You've got to start it as part of that 6 seconds or less. You've actually got to start it in that time as well. Doesn't always happen. The machines are a lot more reliable than they used to be. They started off as a demonstration event, but the crowds love them so much it's become the key part in the TimberSports open competition. We use other saws in some of the other ones, but in these we use these bespoke beauties. So we're not too far. They're just having a prep talk out the back, getting ready to start it, so we'll go one at a time. But even if you look at that machine, I mean, have a look at the exhaust system on it. That is fully fabricated, made for this machine. See how it goes small, goes to a big bow, and then it goes down to a small bit on the back. The small bit on the back is called a stinger. The big bit in the middle is called an expansion chamber, and the idea is it balances the exhaust pressure. Okay, we're really getting petrol here now, aren't we? It balances the exhaust pressure to optimize the combustion inside the cylinder. And if you're a little bit of a greenie, that means it's got less emissions for what it's actually doing. So isn't that good news? You heard it here first. Still TimberSports, the environmentally friendly woodsman's competition. So you heard one bark out the back. That's the noise you're going to get. If you've got littlies, try and hold their ears, or make sure they put their fingers in their ears, because if it's loud out there, boy, it's going to be loud up front here. Anyway, I'll let you stew over those details, and we'll be back with you very soon. I'll tell you what, I can pick up the exhaust fumes just coming from the run-up area out here. And you can tell that they're running on a product called STIHL Motor Mix. STIHL Motor Mix is pre-made fuel imported from Europe. So if you don't like mixing the oil and the fuel for your two-stroke motors, you go down to your friendly STIHL shop and you buy a tin of Motor Mix. And I'll tell you what, I know they're using it because it's actually got quite a nice aroma, I can tell you. They used to call that the Tokoroa mating call. You could hear that across the forest of a morning. And you just smell the fumes coming through there. To paraphrase Apocalypse Now, I love the smell of Motor Mix in the morning.
So he just steps back, takes a breather. I think he'll be pretty happy with that, but I think he needs some more distance. Can he find it in his final throw of the day?
We're aiming to get away at 3 o'clock, so we're minutes away. Hold your place. Hold your ears. So earlier on I had you using your imagination about how trees sat in the forest, how you got above the buttress roots to cut it. Well, you need no imagination for this. This has got nothing to do with what happens in the forest. This is what happens on the stage at STIHL TimberSports. So the first saw is sitting out there from our first contestant. That is a Honda-based machine with a capacity of 280cc. So you pick up the heaviest STIHL saw that you can buy at your STIHL shop. You're talking about 9 kilos or so to lift one of these babies. You're looking at about 30 kilos. 30 kilos to get up off the ground and put through that log. And all that time the centrifugal force off the flywheel is doing everything it can to make sure that you don't cut straight.
Trying to get in front of the field. Getting a little bit of advice from Curly. The spinal gumbo.
Let's welcome to the stage our first hot saw competitor. It is from Southland, now from Adelaide, Bobby Dowling.
Warm up your saw.
42.33 for Craig Manson, so he gets his nose in front at this point. Next up.
Jack. 30 seconds. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
You can check, Matt. I'll check.
So you get the idea, they're outrageous beasts. Saw tended to bog down a little bit on the uppercut, didn't quite get on the cam, as you say, although it doesn't actually have a cam, but you know what I mean. As it comes down for the third, they check the cookies, make sure they're complete. They've got a limit of 150 mils they can cut into the log. If they breach that, then of course it will be a DQ.
Okay, the cut is good.
There we go, Bobby Dowling lays down a time. Lays down a time with the Honda-powered machine. Now, I'm sure you're all wondering out there if there are some limits on how big these saws could be, how much you can spend. Well, it's close, but it isn't quite Formula One. What you can do is if you can find a single-cylinder machine two-stroke that you can make into a chainsaw, I'm sure you could use a four-stroke if you wanted to, and you can lift it, which is obviously going to change how much power you put in, because if you get up to about 500cc, you might not be able to get it off the deck. Single cylinder is the rule. Capacity, open. Rule, you have to be able to start it by hand. And as you can see, they don't use recoil starters because you can't get enough torque to start these big machines, so they use a wind-on starter. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is pretty much the rules. That's pretty much all there is. You make a saw, you go racing. And we know still MS661 is a very fast saw, but you put it in comparison when you go to trim it with a block compared to one of these hot saws. Now, I have a time come in. Bobby Dowling, good cut, good time too, 8.55 seconds for Bobby Dowling. Look at all that still battery-powered equipment up on the stage. You've got a variety there. You've even got the Reese Guscott with the backpack BGA 200. top of the food chain as far as the blowers go, but there's another one coming shortly that's also going to put that into the shade. Right, we'll get a saw out here. We'll be ready to go very soon. Stand by. Next contestant up with a 250cc Honda-powered hot saw it is Nathan McDonald from Auckland. Now you can already see quite a difference in design from Bobby's saw that you saw a moment ago compared to
I've had 30 seconds.
Nathan's.
I'm giving them 30 seconds and then they've got a minute.
Exhaust position.
So once their 30 seconds is up.
A little bit more on
then
the
I- 60
conventional, a
seconds
little bit
more.
higher off the deck as well. But sometimes that's advantageous because you want it where your hands can come off the top of the log and straight down onto the handles to start the machine. Now, like you saw in the stock saw, if you're with us this morning, there's a line down the centre of the block. They must have 4 fingers of each hand over the top of that line before they can start.
It's just that stock saw is only 30 seconds all up.
Sorry, Neil, it's in the front of the book as per. I didn't write it in the back, sorry.
Warm up your saw.
Stu McNee, second at 40.45. And Ben McManus.
30 seconds.
Ben McManus, third with a throw of 37.84. Those are our podium finishes here in the men and earlier in the women's. We've got a prize giving on the way. We're looking for those who want to get involved in the egg throw and catch competition. They have a go style of it. Step on up and get your registrations. We take a break, back with the prize giving. Back to you, Olivia.
Yes, well, you just seen me root throw earlier and we thought I was bad at that.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
He puts 3 on the deck. If you're counting in your head, you'll have an idea of how many seconds that took. It's 8.55, the time to beat so far in this ultimate discipline here in the STIHL TimberSports 2023 National Championship. Judges take a quick look at the cookies that have come off. Neil Richardson having a look to make sure that the crayon line, the limit, that 150mm hasn't been breached.
Okay, the cut is good.
Right, so we just need to have a time for Nathan McDonald. It looked good. Saw bogged a little bit on the upcut, but not much. Managed to get back onto speed and deliver the 3. Now, one of the things you're noticing here, a little bit of a factoid, they don't necessarily have a choke, and you often will see them pushing at the last minute a little bit of fuel straight down into the intake of the carburetor before they start on the race. The other thing you'll notice too, we give them 60 seconds to warm up the saw before they go racing. And many times the saw can be running longer in the warm-up than it is actually running in the competition. During that 60 seconds, they can start the saw. They can take as long or as short a time to warm up as they like, as you saw with Nathan a moment ago. He didn't actually spend a lot of time with the saw running during the warm-up. But the thing is, in that 60 seconds, they have to have the starter wound back on, ready to go. They have to have it clipped. So all of these starters, because they are a fly-off starter, they are tethered, so that when they throw the metal handle over their shoulder, it's not going to clonk anyone on the head. So all of that to think about during that 60-second time, and then they've got to wait for the starter's orders, and it's all go. So a time in now for Nathan McDonald with that 250cc Honda has scored in 8.05 seconds. So the fastest time so far, puts Bobby Dowling back into that second spot. But we've got 4 more to come. 4 more of this chainsaw madness that is the hot saws in the 2023 National Championship for STIHL TimberSports here at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games right here in the square in Palmerston North City. So the STIHL air brooms clear the decks of the sawdust. Really big chips. They use a special chain on these saws that even STIHL New Zealand and their dealers cannot buy. If you want the high profile 404 racing chain, you have to be an official registered STIHL TimberSports competitor. And all of those things before you actually build that saw from scratch.
Happy.
And driving a 260cc Rotax powered hot saw, let's welcome from Otorohanga, it is Chris Lord.
Warm up your saw. "30 seconds. Athlete, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, it's so tough. It's so tough. It's such a big machine to manhandle. We knew it was going to stop somehow. There you go, Chris Lord. That first cut, he just managed to bite and cut away, and I'd had to take a second shot. And one of the things you need to do is, if things go wrong in this, is to stay calm as you can when you've got 300cc and 30 kilos of chainsaw rocketing away in your hand. But the thing is to sometimes just slow it down and make the cuts, because like all of these events, scoring a time is far more important than getting a DQ. It's no use going out in a blaze of glory without a time. We'll see how Matt Hura thinks the cut was done.
Okay, unfortunately Chris has DQ'd for a cutout of the line.
So unfortunate for Chris Lord there. He's been so strong all day, but when Matt Hura says he cut out from the line, as I said, there was a 150mm limit to make your cuts. The minimum is 3, but if you muck one up, you can get in there and make a further cut. But as you can imagine, you've used up a lot of the wood, and that's pretty much what happened there. I was just looking at the videos playing around here at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games, and there's been an advertisement for a new STIHL chainsaw that's been on air, and it's actually a battery saw. So while we breathe in all these wonderful fumes and listen to the noise, remember there is a big battery range from STIHL with 2 new models that have only been just introduced this month. So after that brief interruption from a hot saw going out the back, those new saws coming from STIHL, one's called an MSA 300. It's been up on the big screen a few times. This is the most powerful battery saw you can buy in New Zealand. In fact, it's the most powerful battery saw you can buy worldwide. And they're there available now at your STIHL shop. Have the performance of a professional 50cc saw. It's really starting to move with the technology. And for all those arborists and tree surgeons out there, the other saw is called an MSA 220T. So those that know chainsaws, this has a top handle setup. It's a battery-powered saw and is the most powerful of the top handle saws. Newly introduced, very, very rugged machine, and I can imagine there's a number of arborists who have already taken possession of these, and plenty more that will do in the near future. So go and see your friendly STIHL shop, or have a look at STIHL online. Of course, if your store just doesn't happen to be open at 11 o'clock on a Sunday night and you really want to order some STIHL product, go to STIHL shop. You can order your product online. It can be delivered to your home. It can be delivered to your nearest store. And in many cases, it can be delivered to your nearest store during working hours within 1 hour. So just remember that, STIHL online for ordering product that you like, or go and visit your friendly STIHL shop, of course, and talk to them in person.
Come over in front of the board. Story, yeah. Keep the sponsors happy, most important. Well done. Fantastic effort. Well done, ladies. Well done, Del, Maya, and Kristen. To the men we go. And in third place in the Scatter Up New Zealand Government Throw Champs for 2020. Second place in a distance of 40.45 metres, Stu McNee. And the winner of the Scatter Up New Zealand Gumboot Throwing Champion for 2023, a distance of 42.33 metres, Craig Manson. Great afternoon's competition here. Don't forget, I think tomorrow around the end of the clock you can have a go. And we've got the teams event which was happening within that, the challenge between the North and the South Island. And winning the teams event in the women's competition was the North Island. North Island reigning supreme in the women's competition. And in the men's teams competition, the winners were the North Island. Our men's team of Stu McNee, Richard Port and Jack Allen. South Island's got some work to do. brings to a close our championships here today. Many thanks to Stella. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. We've got the egg throw and toss, always a bit of a highlight here. The Ford Range of New Zealand Rural Games on the way. And that'll wrap up day one of what is really day two of the event. Another big day on the way tomorrow. Don't forget every family like we've seen today. A big crowd out here.
Righto, it's time to bring on the Rotax 350, an old Ski-Doo powered machine with Jason Wynyard. Now a member of the Rural Sports Hall of Fame after presentation last night, the most celebrated athlete in timber sports worldwide. Rotax saw at 350cc, one of the two biggest capacity units in the competition today.
Warm up your saw.
championship round, but as you can imagine, the kids getting underway here, having a go. The idea is you start about 5 metres apart.
30 seconds.
As they have, is it one throw?
Athlete ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And I'll tell you what, it looked pretty effective. He knows it looked effective too, with the additional points that are hanging on the hot saw competition. Gives an athlete the opportunity, if they can absolutely make a bird of it, they can climb up the leaderboard just on the performance of the hot saw. But with that, we have to wait and see. Time to beat so far, an 8:05 recorded by Nathan McDonald. That looked pretty slick. Judges have had a look at the biscuits, the cookies, the discs. Let's listen for Matt Hera's decision.
Okay, the cut is good.
Oh, it's going to be a good one. Is it going to make the difference? That's what we need to find out. But we've got a little way to go yet. We've got 2 more to come here in the hot saw discipline of STIHL TimberSports 2023.
Yep.
A little bit of a trim to make sure we've got a nice perpendicular face for the next competitor who comes onto the stage. Well, a very good time recorded there by Jason Wynyard. We've broken the 6-second barrier down to 5.86 seconds. So the pace has been set for the next two through. The two Jordan brothers, one after the other. And of course you can see it can go wrong. The machine won't start. You cut away on the cookie. You cut in too far into the log. All of those things could count against you. So the pressure is on. Even if you're leading the field, at this time the butterflies, they do start. Now, I was just asked for a world record in the hot saw, and I see in a US competition it was taken to a good few bits under the 5-second mark, so that's just how fast it can be done when everything goes your way. But in any competition that we've been to in New Zealand or Australia or anywhere else, a 5.86 is a pretty mean time to try and beat. Next up, let's welcome Shane Jordan from Stratford to the stage with a Honda 350cc hot saw ready to go and race. So you just saw Jason Wynyard with a 350cc Rotax powered machine. Now we go the motorcycle side with a Honda 2-stroke.
Warm up your saw.
Rightio, this is the
30 seconds.
throw and catch competition. Now we just need everybody, I know we've got a whole lot of youngsters involved, so you just need to pay attention because we're going to get underway, explain how it all works. And ultimately, if you can succeed at the 30-metre mark, which is still a way behind me, then you go through to the championship proper, which follows on from this competition, okay?
Athlete ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And I tell you what, there's no flies on that one. We saw that 5.86 from Jason Wynyard. I can tell you that's in Kiwi as well. Very good cut. Machine started first time. Good pickup. Took the first cut, nice and accurate. No bouncing out of the cut. Always great to give the judging panel a little bit of a challenge when you send the final cookie off into the barrier just to break it up a bit. But it did look from this side as if it wasn't one piece when it did leave the log. They'll check the face to make sure there's no fibres on the log that have been uncut and to make sure it stays within that all-important crayon line, 150 millimetres into the log. We'll see what the judges have got to say in just a minute. Well, there's a lot of deliberation going on here as Shane Jordan stands in the sun, wondering what the final ruling's going to be. Going down to have a quick look at the video. I'll check the fibres at the bottom of the block, make sure everything was cut cleanly.
Okay. Unfortunately, Shane has DQ'd for cutting out of the line.
Oh, it's unfortunate. The time looked very, very fast as well. but it is a game of millimetres at times, particularly when you're coming close to the limit line, and that's obviously what has happened here.
That's incomplete disc. Incomplete disc. It wasn't the line, it was an incomplete disc because he was coming down, the saw coming out of the side of it. So it wasn't complete disc. So on the video you can clearly see the saw coming through the timber. It's not a complete disc.
Shane, make sure you...
Oh, Shane. Yeah, just.
But Jane, it's more so that bottom. Oh yeah, stick with that.
Yeah. Yeah, good.
Let's welcome to the stage our final contender with a 330cc Honda-powered stock saw. Hot saw it is, Jack Jordan.
Warm up your saw.
Keep behind the line.
30 seconds. Athlete ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
It's a good okay, look like solid cuts. A little bit of a hesitation just at the start will cost vital tenths of a second. But of course the key thing at this time of the day is to make clean cuts. If you're up in the points order, you just want to make sure you get through cleanly. So 3 evenly sized cookies. Just checking under the log now to make sure it hasn't breached the crayon for the limit lines. I can see a few smiles down there, so we'll get Jack Jordan up with Matt Hura and we'll get our decisions to whether our time will stick.
Okay, the cut is good.
Well, that's what we wanted to see. So Jack Jordan's going to put some more points onto his tally for the day. We'll get that time for you shortly. Of course, the fastest time recorded by Jason Wynyard with that 5.86. Okay, we have a time for you from that last run with Jack Jordan with that Honda 330 C-powered hot saw, 7.26 seconds. It's a good time. It is a good time. It might be behind Jason Wynyard's 5.86, but looking at what it's up against, it's certainly good enough to take the runner-up spot. And really at this time of the day, this time of the competition, that's what you want to do. Finish well. And it looks like he has finished well. Now, don't go away. We need to go and get the Brains Trust going and count some points and find out who our champions will be for 2023. So we have the prize giving to come. So if you want to know where anyone came in the competition, you need to stand by. It'll take us a few minutes. Grab yourself something from one of those good food carts, a little bit of a refreshment. Find yourself back on the fence or in the grandstand and come and join us shortly for the final prize giving of this 2023 STIHL TimberSports National Championship.
There's
yeah.
actually a sheet that this lady's got here. Have you got the sponsors sheet and everything? So I need it on there if you can do that. Because I've got it out for all of these pictures.
See who's here? Yock.
Because I've seen it from the women's.
Raj.
Oh, yeah, and the women's group.
But I thought they were getting it as a prize. $12 bill.
Yep.
Well, we could have given the bloody trophy a go.
So who got, and you're not doing...
No, we just do the first three. Well, what we'll do, I might do is I might name them, bring them all up on stage, and then you can go the third, second, first.
Okay, so we don't do the rest. So all
Prize giving is only 3, 2, 1.
Only 3, 2, 1, just the podium. So, sorry, the third. There's some straps if you need to know. Okay, second, Jason Wynyard. Auckland. And first, Jack Jordan. Tamanui.
There's an interview with him on his farm when he was pretty cool.
He is good.
Yeah.
Do you want points? I must admit, they're reasonably well spread, so it's not a big thing. Okay, so what we can do you, if you like, I can bring these three on and then get all of these guys up.
That's the way to do it.
And then you do the extra prizes.
That'll work. And then I could, just because he won a big award last night. He won a big award last night.
Yep.
So
Just before you go, Jochen needs the mic for a couple of minutes before the athletes, before the winners.
Okay, after the athletes, before the winners?
So you're going to bring all 10 up, are you?
Yeah.
Maybe even...
Bring our dignitaries up.
Yeah.
Bring up our 10 competitors.
Yeah.
And then, I was going to hand over, but I'll hand to Jochen first.
Yeah.
Hey Marty, we're ready for the wood chopper.
So what's happened here? What happens here is that these two teams have gone through to the championship final. So we're just going to go back and regroup, get that sorted, then we'll be underway with the New Zealand egg throwing championships here as part of the Border Range of New Zealand Rural Games. Big round of applause for our have a go contestants who took part. Some of them a bit daunting, of course, but great to have the kids involved. Good thing with the championship.
Prize giving time, and it's amazing to have such good support for this event. We have Jochen Speer from STIHL, we have our Mayor Grant Smith, and of course our organiser, boss man, what you name it, he's everything to this games, the man himself, Steve Hollander. Please make them welcome. And I'll hand over to Phil Ropio now to bring out our competitors.
Right, just before we bring out the competitors, Jochen, you had a couple of words that you would like to say.
Thank you, Philip. Yeah, on behalf of the whole team here at STIHL, I wanted to thank some special people that make an event like this happen. And for us, that's the team of helpers that you've seen on the stage. So can I please ask all the helpers to come out, and for the crowd, please give them a big hand, because they worked for 2 days completely tirelessly to make this event happen. So thanks very much to all the helpers. And here they come. They're not used to be on stage when they are the center of attention. You just stand there, and we'll put our hands together for a fantastic job. Thanks very much. Fantastic. And can I also please ask our chief organizer, Anthony Mildren, to the stage, because I've got a small presentation to make for those two people as well. So we've got Anthony Mildren, our organizer and athletes liaison, and the voice of STIHL. Please put your hands together also for our local hero, Philip Ropia, on your right here. So Philip is not used to listen to someone else on the microphone, and that's why I hand it back to him now. Thanks, Philip.
Thank you, Jochen. Thank you, all your helpers. Well done, guys. Great to have you. Thanks, Anthony. Now we need to get some competitors up here, and we can find out who are our champions here at the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games, the 2023 STIHL TimberSports National Championship. So if I can please ask to come to the stage in this order. Jack Jordan from Taumaranui. He's running. There's Jack Jordan, everyone. Kyle Lemon from Rotorua. Jason Wynyard from Auckland. Shane Jordan from Taranaki, Stratford. Bobby Dowling, he's a Southlander, but he's from Adelaide right now. Nathan McDonald from Auckland. Jesse Whitehead from Christchurch. Hayden Rasmussen from Otaki. Charles Hall from Tauranga. And Chris Lord from Otorohanga. These have been the competitors that have been battling out in the sun all day, and now it's my privilege to hand you over to the voice of the Rural Games, Craig Wiggy Wiggins.
All right, thanks, Phil. But before you go anywhere, Phil Rubio, this man's worked tirelessly for the last 2 days on the microphone, supporting the sport and the industry that he loves. He's a hard man to get the microphone off, so I'm very privileged to take over the next bit. But how about you make him very, very welcome in the Manawatu? Phil Rupia, thank you. Well done, buddy. Good job. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll come to our prize giving now. The winner of third place with still $1,500 cash prize and a New Zealand Rural Games polo shirt. Let's make welcome Shane Jordan, Stratford. And a Norwood Sports Award winner last night for legacy in the sport. And in second place today, with still $2,000 cash prize, and once again, NZRJ Polo, Jason Wynyard. Last night at the Norwood Sports Award, we crowned a young man who's previously been a junior winner with the New Zealand Rural Sportsman of the Year and the Supreme Rural Sports Person of the Year. And the winner here today, he has a trophy, a still 2,500 cash, plus still 2,500 product voucher, and a Tuatahi Racing Axe, and a polo shirt from New Zealand Rural Games. He is from the Wanganui River, Taumaranui. Please make welcome Jack Jordan. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there are your Stihl TimberSports men's top three. That's a great round of applause, but how about you yell and scream a little bit? Give them a big round again. Come on now. And I think they have a bit of a hoopla to go on here in a minute. I'll just move stage left.
Yeah, thank you.
Jeez, flying floor. It's great that they celebrate like this, ladies and gentlemen. Brothers in arms, all of them, amazing competitors.
A bit in his eye. Never mind, mate. You're not made of sugar. You won't melt. Great, great accolades from all of them here. And Jack, when you get that bit of water out of your eye, come on over here, buddy. Come over here, mate. Now, I've had the privilege of filming you on your farm, and I've seen you when times have been tough. You've had a little bit of work done on your hips, and it's a pretty tough farm you live on. It's pretty isolated. This gets you off the farm, gets you out and about. But mate, you got awarded the most supreme rural sports prizes last night. Today you win this amazing championship. This takes you around the world. How old are you?
26.
How good is this?
Yeah, unreal. It was a huge honour to win them awards last night, and yeah, it's awesome to be able to win out here today against a tough field like the rest of them. So yeah, wrapped with it. And you're off to the Sydney show at Easter? Yeah, that's the plan. So yeah, start training a bit of hardwood now, and yeah, hopefully I can go right over there. Now let's talk a little bit about your brother Shane, who was in third place there. He's had a few personal challenges in the last few years. How good is it to see him back up here? Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome to be able to compete against my brother like that. You know, we push each other along, and you go to shows and that. If I can't win, and he wins, it's bloody great. You're still winning, aren't you? So yeah, it's awesome. What will it take for you to win on the world stage from here? Oh, it'd take a fair bit, I'd say. Yeah, have to do a fair bit of work, I suppose, over all the disciplines. Yeah, probably get a bit more consistent with some of the harder events like the springboard and the hot saw, but yeah, put a fair bit of work in and anything can happen, I suppose. So my eyes are starting to water because there's a mixture of sweat and champagne and coming off you, but you're going to have a great night tonight and you're off to Cumu. Is that right, to compete tomorrow? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, heading up there sort of once we finish packing up here to compete up there, so I didn't really need that champagne all over me, but anyway, life goes on. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the man is a legend in many ways over the weekend with the awards that he won last night, the competition that he's won today. How about we give him the biggest Manawatu round of support and send him a light, set the wind in his sails as he takes New Zealand to the world. Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you.
Back to you, Ferg.
Thank you, Wiggy. Yes, well done, Jack Jordan. What a weekend for him. Rightio, we're getting set for the grand finale of day 2 of the Ford Ranger New Zealand Rural Games. This is
An event that always wraps up the event on a Sunday, but this year it's going to wrap up the Saturday's action. And we're down to our championship throwers, I guess. The rural games.
Hey, thank you. Yes, thank you.
Well, it's taken a few years and a World Trophy Championship performance as well, but you're finally the New Zealand men's champion. How does that feel?
Yeah, real good. It's awesome to get the opportunity to go overseas and compete against the rest of the world, so yeah, wrapped with it.
Well, you've obviously had pretty much of a clean sweep of a day apart from that hot saw performance, but talk me through the hot saw, because you knew pretty much going into it that you just needed a clean heat and you'd probably take out the championship. So how do you adjust your mind and prepare for an event like that?
Oh, it's a bit of a hard one really, because at home you're sort of training to go as fast as you possibly can in that event, so when you've pretty much got it won and only need to cut in the end there, it sort of almost puts more pressure on yourself and makes it harder because you're going so much slower. But I was probably, the way Shane DQ'd there, that made me 18 points clear of the rest of them, I think, so I was pretty safe, but still a lot of pressure there, yeah.
Absolutely, I guess as well, how do you manage the hot saw like that in those moments? Because I noticed you were taking a few breaths and really, considering your cuts carefully.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, just a lot of pressure, I suppose. Like, I had a pretty good day. I won 5 out of the 6 events, I think, so it'd be pretty sad to go home being beaten after winning 5 of the 6 events. So yeah, had to make sure I finished it off properly, yeah.
Obviously, you have another World Championship in line now as well. Well, you actually have the World Championships in line. It must be nice to have that ticked off and knowing that you can add that to your calendar of a busy year.
Yeah, for sure. It's something to look forward to. Get this part out of the way and then focus on the rest of it. Yeah, so it's good to get the first job done. Yeah.
Did you always envisage that you might be chasing World Championship status when you got into the sport? How did it all kind of begin?
Nah, probably not so much in across all the disciplines like this. I was sort of earlier on. I went pretty good in the underhand there. But the rest of the disciplines like stand block, single throw, and springboard, I was always pretty average really. So to come out and sort of go as good as I did today, yeah, real happy with it.
What was the secret to that? Was it getting Shane on board? Obviously, he was a national champion himself and had many titles.
Yeah, for sure. Like when I started and that, I was training with him, so I learned pretty much everything off him, I suppose. Yeah, so I guess it's always handy to learn the right way early on, and then sort of later on you can put power and strength into it as well. But yeah, real fortunate to be able to train with him and learn from him growing up. Yeah.
What drives you? Is it the training? Is it the craft? Is it the competition?
I don't know really. I just love the sport and love winning. I guess that's the two biggest things. Yeah, but just love the sport and love being out competing, and it takes you all over the world too. And you meet some awesome people. You got friends and mates that'll do a lot for you from all over the country. So it's pretty great. Yeah.
Obviously, you have the QMU show tomorrow, which will be some good fun. But you're going to celebrate tonight?
We're actually going to drive up there tonight, so probably won't be too much celebrating. But yeah, we'll get up there and hopefully we go all right tomorrow and have another good day. Yeah.
That's brutal. Well, enjoy it anyway and go well tomorrow. Yeah, have fun for the drive back and otherwise celebrate tonight.
Cheers. Thanks very much.
Congratulations again.
Oh, thank you. All good?
Well, that wraps up all the action here at the New Zealand STIHL TimberSports Championships. We obviously had Anne Patterson yesterday taking out the Women's Championship. We had Cleveland Cherry taking out the Rookies Championship. And then, of course, we have Jack Jordan with the Men's Open Championship. It's been fantastic action and there's plenty more to watch for the rest of the year. We obviously have the World Champs, the World Trophy. You'll see all these guys in action as they try to take out Australia. It's about time we took some of the titles off them. Well, stay tuned and hopefully we'll see you back here next year. Thank you for watching.